My solar hybrid inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
In my house, I have a 4 kVA solar inverter which powers 2 smart TVs, 20 LED bulbs, 1 double-door fridge, 5 standing fans, 4 laptops, and 1 printer. My experience has been fantastic. Just imagine going down. I can't even remember the last time I went downstairs to put on the generator. I normally would spend 60,000 naira monthly fueling my generator. When I think of how much I've been able to save buying my solar power solution, I've been able to save up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Now I have 24/7 power supply. Honestly, what more do I need?
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you. Day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby. I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you. From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my own.
Welcome. Good morning to you, and we thank you for being part of this event. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 5th edition of Agriculture Summit Africa by Sterling Bank. Thank you for making our time to join us. If you want to get a cup of tea or coffee and some snacks wherever you're joining us from, and it's a 100% virtual event, agricsummit.org is where to visit for any information and for resources to be a part of this event. It's the 5th edition. It started in 2018. And it's important for us to realize that if we're going to make a headway in agriculture in Africa, it has to be everybody's business. Everyone has to be passionate about the revolution of agriculture in Africa. We cannot leave it to the aged farmers like we used to know it. We have to participate. Everybody has to make sure that all hands are on deck to achieve food security in Africa. And of course, Africans must feed Africa. My name is Tolu Ojelwe. I'm a senior news anchor with Plus TV Africa, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you. We welcome all our facilitators, all our sponsors and partners, and we want to say thank you again to you from wherever you're joining from. So, the agribusiness industry, the agribusiness revolution in Africa is one that has come to stay. But we need your support, we need your cooperation. Everybody must ensure that something comes from them so that we do not continue to go cap in hand to other countries, other continents around the world to achieve food security. Then governments of nations of Africa must come up with policies to encourage youth, to encourage young people to participate in the agribusiness and see it as a money-making venture. To achieve this, two things are key: deliberateness and a focus on a comparative advantage. We've got to be deliberate. We've got to be intentional about making the agribusiness work in Africa. And charity, they say, begins from home. So our deliberateness starts with joining hands to support those who are already in the business and showing some interest, showing some support, and ensuring that we do not, for any reason, label the agribusiness like we used to do. Because at the end of the day, the change in the agribusiness is such that everybody is beginning to see that without agribusiness, we have very little to show to the rest of the world. We cannot continue to leave what we have and go outside Africa to bring what they took from us in the first place. What am I talking about? Value chain. The importance of value chain in the agribusiness is something that we have to embrace and participate in. That is, there is something for everybody. There's something for me, there's something for you. If you come into the agribusiness today, you're sure that you have something to take home. And then you cannot continue to just be a taker. Everybody can also be a giver. Okay, so when we come with that deliberateness, with that intention, then we can move agribusiness from where it is to where it's supposed to be. Then our comparative advantage. That's another key ingredient in making sure that we see the agribusiness revolution in Africa as a money-making venture. And it's important for us to understand this and make it our priority. So in 2019, it was agriculture, your piece of the trillion-dollar economy. Agriculture, your piece of the trillion-dollar economy. In 2021, building the new agro order. And now we are here for the 5th edition, engineering the trillion-dollar agricultural economy. Engineering the trillion-dollar agricultural economy. It's a 2-day event, 4 panel discussions in all, so it's fully packed for you. Of course, jot all you can all you jot. Make sure you take some notes so that you have something to fall back on as a reference after this event. You can't take everything in. So the best way to go about documenting something from this event is to make sure that you write, jot all you can all you jot. So if you're ready, we are set. If you're ready, we are set. A big thank you to our partners. A big thank you to our sponsors as well. So we kick the ball rolling this morning with the welcome address from the chairman of Sterling Bank, Mr. Asue Igodalo. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Commissioner, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, on behalf of the board, leadership, and staff of our bank, I am honored and delighted to welcome you to this year's edition of the Agriculture Summit Africa, otherwise known as ASA. Now in its 5th year, ASA remains a signpost of our commitment to the agricultural sector, one of our 5 sectors of specific focus in the bank's HEART strategy. HEART stands for health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. Before we proceed, I would like to thank most sincerely our esteemed partners who have recognized the significance of a forum such as the ASA in creating a strong platform for deep discussions on how we develop our agricultural sector and catalyze a critical, economy-enhancing and rapid growth-stimulating segment of our economy. We are deeply grateful for your immense financial, technical, knowledge, support over the years. At our summit this year, we'll draw detailed attention to the opportunities that abound in Nigeria's agribusiness economy. This thinking inspired us in the choice of our summit theme. Our theme this year is Engineering a $1 Trillion Agricultural Economy. This theme dovetails into last year's, which was Building a New Agro-Order. This provides a strong linkage between the synergies and necessary steps required to scale the agricultural sector and establish it as the bedrock and driver of our economic growth. Every developed country jump-started its development by building and growing its manufacturing industry through the process of adding value to its agricultural products. In addition, it has also become a critical imperative that we increase the quality and yield of our production, achieve food security, capitalize on trade opportunities within the African region, and thereby hasten our climb towards economic competitiveness and prosperity. Accordingly, this summit will focus on effective implementation strategies, more on the how, more on identifying viable processes, and identifying who will take responsibility for the implementation of its strategy and the achievements at each milestone. We will draw inspiration from the path trod by nations who have taken the deliberate step to fulfill their economic potential. Our speakers and our resource persons at this summit are all masters in their field who are also known achievers. Our sessions will focus on 1. Eliminating the country's reliance on imports to meet our food, raw material, and agricultural produce needs. 2. The need to unlock even more growth in Nigeria's agricultural value chain, financing, as well as permanently solving the massive problem of post-harvest losses. 3. Achievable technologies that will enable us improve crop yield and crop performance significantly, so that we can do much more with less physical efforts. And 4, the possibility of establishing another layer of value beyond immediate consumption and export by developing systems that will treat agro-commodities as an asset class through trades and exchange. We remain, embarrassingly so, a net food importer, and today we only export primary raw materials with minimal value. Sadly, in 4 years, our food imports have increased fourfold, causing massive pressures on our foreign reserves and thereby also exporting our jobs. As a nation that seeks economic growth urgently and food security, we must reverse this trend immediately. At Sterling, We see massive opportunities for those devoted to taking the available opportunities and those prepared to work extremely hard with vision and commitment. As a major financial institution and the leading institution in this sector, we are ready, we're well prepared, and we have the internal resources, we have the knowledge base, and we have the financial expertise to partner strongly with such resourceful agripreneurs. Our opening panel will focus on solving with permanence our reliance on agricultural imports. We will agree.
So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
Thank you to the chairman. That was a sterling welcome address from the chairman of Sterling Bank, and that kind of set the pace for and gave us a turn for the two-day event. And just quick touch points on what the chairman spoke about: eliminating the country's reliance on import. That's amazing, because at the end of the day, what goes around comes around. Whatever we do to our import has a direct impact on our foreign reserves. So the more we import, if you're import dependent, then we're doing a lot of damage to our foreign reserves. So the way to go is to turn the tide. We turn the table, we turn things around by becoming more export friendly and less import friendly. Of course, the value chain unlocking. That's another key point there. Unlocking the value chain, meaning there's something for everyone, as I said earlier. Well, not as if I saw the chairman's note, but it's about principles. It's about principles, you see. Unlocking the value chain, it's not just about it's not just a linear equation. It's something that we must harness. Agriculture is so wide, so all-encompassing, all-embracing, that everybody along the value chain, everybody in the production process has something to offer and has something to take away from whatever they're producing. Okay. Achievable technology. Achievable technology in harnessing the trillion-dollar agribusiness. At the end of the day, we can do more with less. We can do more with less. That's the advantage of technology. So these are the areas that the panel discussions will be focusing on in this two-day event. What about the possibility of establishing another layer of value beyond import and export? Yet again, still about value chain, and not just about import and export, buying and selling. What about having more layers of value? More layers of value. The more value we create, the more profit you can make. At the end of the day, money follows value. Profit follows value. So these are the touch points. These are the areas that the panel discussions will be touching as we go along. Our next speaker is the keynote speaker, and that's Kevin Kibati from Rabobank.
I'm from Rabobank. I have a presentation to share with you while I Rabobank.
Address, but before I do that, as a
Rabobank's Africa story. I myself am African, and I have a real passion. My story, the Rabobank story. Second, we'll speak about second and third, two separate initiatives that I think are of real interest for food and agri actors who are joining for this program. I believe you're able to see my screen. Otherwise, I will go forward. So the next slide I'm going to share with you is a short video that brings into the context why it's really important that when we focus on agriculture, we do it in a cooperative way. I believe I'm receiving reports you cannot see my screen. Yes, I believe now you can. Yes, can you see my screen? All right, you can see my screen, I believe. Right, you can see the slide, Ademola? Yeah, okay. So then I'm going to go ahead and start with the video.
To the mid-1800s, the situation in rural Germany is frightful. Many farmers are on the verge of poverty. Mayor Friedrich Wilhelm Raiffeisen comes up with a solution: a credit union with farmers as owners and members. Farmers deposit their savings to provide loans to other farmers. They in turn get credit on reasonable terms.
Het zijn de boerenleenbanken die ervoor zorgen dat dit ook gebeurt. Omdat ze niet uit zijn op wind, doch uitsluitend de algemene welvaart op het platteland willen bevorderen.
Around the turn of the century, there is an urgent need for agricultural modernization in the Netherlands, but it is almost impossible to get a loan with favorable conditions. Taking Raiffeisen's lead, agricultural credit cooperatives are founded all across the Netherlands.
De boer zou dan ook niets aan zijn geld hebben gehad als hij er niets mee had gedaan.
A farmer is a member of a local bank, and a number of members are voted onto the board. This makes the farmer client, member, and owner of the bank.
En hier is dan zo'n plaats
much like today's banks. Often the banks are just little rooms in the cashier's house or in a bar. And they are open for business just a few hours a week. In 1910, there were 600 of these local independent agricultural credit cooperatives, and in 1920, their number has already grown to 1,100. So farmers and market gardeners never have to go far to join a credit cooperative and get a loan. From the very beginning, there is an idea of cooperation between the independent banks, with a view to knowledge accumulation, central investments, and proper supervision. This comes to pass in two coordinating organizations, the Cooperative Central Raiffeisenbank in Utrecht and the Cooperative Central Boerenleenbank in Eindhoven. Cooperations as organizations are popular in the agricultural world. Almost every town has a local cooperative dairy factory, purchasing association, or abattoir. After the Second World War, Dutch society drastically transforms, as does the role of banks. Non-agricultural entrepreneurs, such as retailers, become clients and members. Pay packets are replaced by transfers into bank accounts, and this attracts many new private clients. By the late 60s, almost every household has a bank account. New payment options are introduced, such as certified checks, acceptance gyros, and automatic transfers. Another new thing are personal loans and mortgages. Money as a way to realize one's dreams, such as a car, new furniture, or a house. The cooperative agricultural banks professionalize to be able to cope with these changes. They open their own offices with multiple staff members, almost always situated in the heart of the village.
De Raiffeisenbanken hebben zich uitgesproken voor een fusie met de Boerenleenbank.
Instead of competing, the two central organizations merge in 1972, creating Rabobank, a cooperative bank for everyone.
Yes, so that's really our story. Rabobank comes from Dutch cooperation. Small farmers get together in a savings union. The more and more SACCOs get together, and eventually you're able to form a bank that has reached the status it has reached now. And if I go on to show you where that has reached, so Rabobank at a glance now globally is known as the leading food and agri bank globally. So we have about 74 billion euros in private sector lending to food and agri actors. So that is farmers themselves, agri-processors. We have a whole range of I'm receiving messaging that you cannot. Yes, I believe you can see me now. All right. Apologies. You know how things can go when you present remotely. And now, alongside the food and agri lending, which is really our focus on expertise, we have about 40 billion euros in industry lending and about 35 billion in leasing. So we really are a truly global bank. And if you can see in this image here, only 0.2% of our direct lending is in Africa. We have a representative office in Nairobi, but this is only a snapshot in terms of the direct lending. But in terms of indirect position in Africa, it's much broader than that and much deeper. So as you can see here, through a special vehicle based in Cape Town, South Africa, named Arise, where we partner with the Dutch Investment Bank and the Norwegian Investment Fund, we have minority stakes in a multitude of African banks, which have a presence in about 33 African countries. So the reason why we have a lot of the scale is because we have taken equity investments in Ecobank as well as Equity Bank. Ecobank has a presence in a whole multitude of countries. You can see them here, Benin all the way to Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, as well as Equity Bank, which is an East African major player with a presence in about 6 East African countries. This is only about our partnerships in the lens of investments. Rabobank also has very strong partnerships with banks who we don't have as investments. For example, Sterling Bank. in the coming weeks, we're going to hopefully announce a very broad and deep partnership with Sterling Bank. But I will leave that up to Sterling Bank when that moment comes to communicate it. But we have really a lot in the works when it comes to our partnership with Sterling Bank. Now I'm going to take you through the two initiatives that we really would like to share with those people participating today. So the first one is called the Agriculture Exchange, with the slogan, "Yield your future." Before I can really get into what the solution itself is, we need to talk about broadly what problems we're trying to address. So with the Agriculture Exchange, we really are trying to target the smallholder farmer and the rural challenges that they face. In terms of the markets, we're active across Africa as well as in India. And of course, to the audience who are participating, we have the intention of working closely in Nigeria. Well, in terms of the rural challenges, there's an issue with digitization. Farmers are not connected enough digitally. There's a lack of knowledge when it comes to good agricultural processes, lack of timely payment for farmers. Very often, because of this issue, they have to accept very unacceptable prices for their produce, a lack of credit. Smallholder farmers in Africa are incredibly undercapitalized, and they lack the market access, pricing, and logistics. So our farmers in Africa are really undercapitalized, under-resourced to really try and get us where we need to be as a continent. So take us to 2019, September 25th. These people in front of you, I'm sure, are not very familiar, but right to left, I'll start with explaining who they are. Wiebe Dreyer is the former CEO of Rabobank. He is our leader based here in the Netherlands. Then there's the country director for MasterCard. His name is Arjan Bol. And finally, the woman on the far left is Her Royal Highness Queen Maxima, the Queen of the Netherlands. These three actors came in state and non-state for the goal of bringing financial inclusion to 1 million farmers, most of whom are going to be in Africa. And how this will look, or how this does look, is MasterCard brings together their solution and product development together with Rabo Partnerships, and Rabo Partnerships is the development arm of Rabobank, the market development, lending capabilities, and last mile delivery to offer the mission of enabling all actors in the F&A value chain to connect and transact in a digital ecosystem. So we know that all those problems I mentioned, the digitization, the lack of capital, the lack of market access, we can all be solved through a single platform. And what this looks like is this image we have below. These are the number of services that Agriculture Exchange offers. First of all, farmer level profiling in point one. We get farmer level data, which can then be utilized to platform all the rest of these services. The digital marketplace, connecting farmers with off-takers and with buyers. Then we have access to financial services. If we have the farmer level data, we're able to then link it to lenders who are able to really at scale lend to farmers. We have real-time access to farmers, e-subsidies, savings and insurance, because we have the farmer level data. All of this suite of services are possible for a participating organization. If I continue. So what does this look like? I'll show you a little bit of the flow. For time purposes, I'll try and be a little bit swift. Point one, we have all the relevant value chain actors registering. So that's buyers, aggregators, the farmers themselves. The farmers then post their expected yields, which buyers then use to create orders. The orders are related back to the farmers via the agents app. The aggregators match the produce and the exception order. Then the aggregator agent collects the farmer produce, and all of this terminates with the farmers getting paid digitally in step 8. So it's a really built-in system that links in all the market actors and makes sure that they all get fair compensation for their work. Now, the value proposition for financial institutions who are tuning in and who are interested, what do they stand to benefit from this? So first, there's a real participation in the ecosystem. You get to be around other key market players who are taking real keen action in the F&A space. So farmers, cooperatives, input suppliers, all in the same space. Then I think what's very interesting is the digital loan origination and credit decisioning. So because of the digital nature of this solution, it allows for real scalability and for real finance and growth in your agricultural portfolio at scale because of how many farmers you can reach based on the digital solution. So it really allows a participating financial institution to really grow at a low cost to income ratio their agricultural portfolio. We also have embedded in the organization a capacity to support the agri-strategy to be in line with sustainable development goals. We really offer an entire suite, and most importantly, because of the farmer level data and the last mile delivery, there's real risk mitigation. We have a real understanding of the farmer's productive output and how that can then be further leveraged into financing. So there's really a lot on offer for participating FIs, and I'm very open to any further discussion. I will share my details for those in this realm, both inside Nigeria and outside. There's a lot on offer. Now, with respect to time, I will move on to our final initiative that I wanted to share with you. It is called Acorn, or Rabobank Acorn. And what does Acorn stand for? Acorn is an abbreviation. It stands for Agroforestry Carbon Removal Units for the Organic Restoration of Nature. So it's a bit of a mouthful, but it's important that we found a very clear name that defines what we're trying to achieve. So the origin of this is really about combating climate change, land degradation, and food insecurity globally. We know as Rabobank, we have the real heritage in food and agribusiness that we want to share with the rest of the world. So it's also about supplying and supporting the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. On the one hand, that's the farmers. On the other hand, we're also providing clients, established corporates with high integrity carbon removal units. So they're able to really offset their own emissions. So there's really a lot on offer for Acorn and in line with Rabobank's mission. So the whole intention behind Acorn is about the transformation of the farmer's system. So transforming a farmer from a monoculture system, as you see here in year 0, the first square, all the way to year X in the bottom right square, is how do we get farmers from year 0 to year X, however much time that takes. Because in year 0, which is very common across Africa, and I'm sure also in Nigeria, when there's monoculture, there's one crop in the same farm, there's real depletion of soil. It's highly sensitive to climate change. You think about crops like rice, which are very sensitive to drought and flooding. There's very low nutrient diversity because if you repeat the same type of crop in the same plot of land, eventually the soil quality disappears, and that affects the low yield. In Africa, we have really an issue with very, very low yield agriculture, that a lot of our crops are just not producing comparatively to Latin America, Asia, and Europe. And of course, it's about the income depending on one crop. If all you farm is maize and the maize price tanks, then the farmer is really vulnerable. Whereas by comparison, in an agroforestry model, we see improved soil health, increased climate change resilience, diverse nutrients, and more importantly for the farmer itself, an income that depends on different harvest streams.
Recording in progress.
You're able to really allow the farmer to truly diversify their income. And at the same time, with an agroforestry model, we're really approaching solutions that are saving and helping our environment. So that's a little bit the objective, to get our farmers from monoculture in year 0 to agroforestry-based systems in year X. But of course, the big obstacle to this is capital. It's a pretty high investment cost, not just in the fertilizer, the land, the labor, but actually also in the expertise, because now the farmer has to have a broader understanding. And all of this investment needs to come from somewhere. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where Acorn comes in. So in this image, you're able to see what exactly Acorn is. Acorn exists in this gray square, linking the smallholder farmer in point 1 to the big global corporate seeking emissions reductions in point 5. And so the way it works, going left from right, the farmer plants the trees, and with support of local-based actors, F&A actors, food and agri actors, NGOs, cooperatives, whoever has the proximity to the farmer, they collect the data. That's in point 2. And if there are cooperatives, NGOs, people who are tuning in from that type of organization, we have a real interest in working with you to find a way to collect this data on how the farmers plant the trees. Then we move into the gray square. This is where Acorn makes the big link. Using remote sensing, so that's satellite-based data, they are able per plot to estimate how much carbon is being sequestered by a specific farmer's plot, transform that into a carbon removal unit, which is then sold to a big corporate like, say, Microsoft. What is really important about the system is the payment received from Microsoft, 80% goes to the farmer. That is built into the design because we at Rabobank recognize that the farmer is the one who's doing the work, is the one who's making the on-ground investments, and they are the ones who deserve to be receiving the payout. And so with this capital, our farmers are able to also grow their system. So as opposed to the traditional model where maybe a farmer plants a crop and sells the crop locally, the farmer plants a tree. The tree can also itself produce crops, but the farmer earns this separate income because they've planted the tree itself, because the tree itself is removing carbon from the environment. So what does this look like in practice? We have an example. We have a whole multitude of projects currently running, but here in this slide, you can see that really remotely, with an accurate understanding of the farmer's plots, we're able to really estimate the biomass calculation per farmer, and based on that, provide an income for the farmer for how they've planted their trees. It's, of course, quite a complicated system, and I have a lot more I can share separately, but because of time, I will move on. But this is more or less how it looks from a bird's eye view. In terms of where we're currently active, we have projects in 10 countries. And as you can see, most of these countries are in Africa, with the exception of Nicaragua, Colombia, Peru, and India. Almost all of these are in Africa. Some in West, some in East, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Tanzania. We have yet to have one in Nigeria, but there's real appetite because in Nigeria, there is a real capacity for agroforestry systems. So if there's any interested parties, I'll be very curious to hear more about it. And lastly, I wanted to share before I give an example, because I think most things are better shown with examples. Again, just the clear benefits for participating local partners, because none of this is possible without a local partner who has the proximity to the farmers. So that's NGOs, local government, co-ops. It's cost efficient. It creates additional income for the local partner as well as for the farmer itself. There's really high impact for the farmer in terms of all the benefits of moving to an agroforestry system. We really have a lot of benefits if you'd like to work with us. I will, of course, share my details. And just to end, I wanted to share with you a video if you will allow me, I have it ready to help visualize exactly what it means to be part of the system.
Yo me llamo María Rosa Betancourt Jaramillo, soy caficultora. Empecé a trabajar con café por mis padres. Ellos eran caficultores prácticamente por naturaleza. Café para mí significa como un pedazo de oro. Últimamente uno se ve afectado por el cambio climático. Hace 4 a 5 años el verano golpeó de sobremanera la producción de café, fue muy poco lo que se pudo lograr. Y ahí es donde uno piensa que debe uno de cambiar.
Rosa is part of a coffee community that have been here for generations. And there's a strong need for them to adapt to climate change in the coming years. Planting trees is probably one of the best solutions that we can have. It has a benefit for both the farmer and for nature. We're not only capturing carbon, we're also protecting the soil, the coffee plants, and the watersheds. Rosa can be part of this global challenge to mitigate climate change. She can actually help companies to offset their emissions. She can grow trees, and her trees become a carbon sink. Rather than being a climate victim, Rosa becomes a climate hero.
If we really want to do something about climate change, we need to look at a scalable solution. Acorn is the world's first direct marketplace where we allow corporates to offset their emissions with carbon removal units from agroforestry of smallholder farmers. The role of Solidaridad as an intermediary is key to ensure that the agroforestry system that is implemented at farm level makes sense for the farmers like Rosa. They're available for providing training, picking the right trees, and also making sure that there's access to seedlings and samplings. Solidaridad also collects the data on behalf of the farmer to onboard the farmers onto the Acorn platform. We measure remotely how much the trees grow and how much the trees capture carbon from the atmosphere. That certified carbon removal unit is sold to corporates to offset their emissions. Rabobank deducts a 10% margin to cover our costs for monitoring and measurement and certification, and pay out the remainder to the intermediary and then back to Rosa to compensate them for all the work that they in the end have done.
Carbon reduction is the top priority for global companies. Microsoft has a bold ambition to be carbon negative by 2030 and to have removed all our historic emissions by 2050. Rabobank asked us to provide a view on how they can use technology to make agroforestry more scalable. For Microsoft, it's very special to be a part of this project, actually to be the first launching customer, because it helps us to purchase carbon removal units that have a positive societal impact on underserved communities. Those of us who can afford to move faster and go further should do so. And this is exactly what Microsoft and Rabobank are doing by bundling our resources and our expertise to make a change.
Formamos un grupo. Se hicieron unos viveros de árboles, de guamo y algunas plantas para reforestar. Vemos la importancia que tiene. El arbolito de café va a estar protegido. De inmediato el suelo también. No va a recibir ese impacto de la lluvia o del calor. En el momento de que yo tengo los árboles, sé que voy a obtener también un recurso. Es un doble beneficio, tener una sostenibilidad tanto al cultivo como a nosotros como personas, como familia, como comunidad.
I think this is the start of a wider development where farmers become suppliers of the global carbon market. Coffee farming is a way of life, but carbon farming can become a way of life for the generations to come.
La idea principal es llegar lejos y proteger la cavicultura, el medio ambiente. De verdad que en este momento me siento muy orgullosa porque sé que mi nombre y el de mi familia de una comunidad va a caminar hacia cosas mejores.
Yes. So I wanted to maybe take this last moment to thank you all for your attention. And maybe just to leave this up here for a moment, if you'd like to get in touch with me and you're interested either in the agriculture exchange or in the Acorn initiative, that these are my details. Feel free to reach out to me. And if you don't have enough time, you can also reach out to the organizers. They have my contact details. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. And I wish you all a wonderful conference. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin Kabati from Rabobank, not Cabo, Rabobank. Thank you. Thank you very much. He gave us certain hints about the activities and services of Rabobank. One in particular that caught my attention is the agricultural exchange targeting the rural farmers. A lot of these rural farmers are essentially peasant farmers, and their concern, their primary concern many times is who to get the produce from them, the farm produce, when they after they've labored week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, season after season. And then he talked about giving them off-takers and buyers, providing them with capital. The primary challenge is capital, then getting their produce, the farm produce, to the market down there to people who would exchange these products for them with money. Okay, so that's one critical element of the services of Rabobank. And that's amazing. That's one thing, that's one factor I know will encourage a lot of peasant farmers to not give up. And of course, for every peasant farmer that gives up out of poor capital or out of not having off-takers or buyers, you wonder how many people will have to go to bed hungry in Nigeria or in Africa. Okay, we're moving on. Moving on, we have a goodwill message coming right about now, and that's coming from the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Lagos State, that's Ms. Ruth Abisola Olusoya.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure. To our viewers also watching online, I say good morning to you all from Lagos, the city of aquatic splendor, Eko, Ekwakete, Eko Iluogbon. This is the city that really shows you the need to be smart. So I say good morning to you all, to everyone here, and also virtually. When I was called by Dr. Zira to give a goodwill message with regards to this summit, engineering $1 trillion agricultural economy, I asked myself, what does this entail? What would it take to really bring about $1 trillion economy? And from my own understanding, I want to believe that we are referring to Nigeria and definitely not Africa as a whole. And I asked myself, and speak from the heart, or would I really take my time, sit down, let me really do a research, analyze, and see what is out there? So I have decided this morning to do a mix of both. And in all fairness, this summit and the title, the theme. I think it's coming at a very important time in our history, both as a country and globally. If you consider what is happening generally across the world, over 8 million people die of hunger every year. That is roughly about 20,000 people per day. It means that food is critical. It means that there is scarcity of resources around how food is produced. And obviously, it shows that we need to do much more than what we are doing today. When you consider that right now we have issues of floods, we have drought, we have geopolitical wars, we have so many issues going on that when you put everything together in one basket, it looks like the future is bleak. It therefore shows that we need to really, tighten our belts, get to work, and really engineer this trillion-dollar economy that we need for our future. Right now, and I read an article, I think for sometime in August or September, the brain drain happening in Nigeria is at an alarming rate, like has never been done before, or we've not seen in times before. Mass resignations, a lot of banks lost their youngsters. You see different companies, people are just losing staff left, right, and center. And everybody is jackpotting out of the country. And you ask, where are they going? They're either going to the UK or to Canada. The brain drain is at an alarming rate, is at an alarming high, and it just goes to show that if we do not do something about re-engineering the economy, we would lose much more, and we'll feel the effect here back home. Also, the United Nations estimated that by 2050, the global population will rise to about 9 billion people, meaning a 25% increase from 2020 statistics. This requires that over 70% increase in agricultural production will be required. What this definitely tells us is you have more scarcity of resources around land, around water, and this definitely goes to show that in terms of the geopolitical wars that we think we would like to avoid as much as possible, there's a likelihood that more of that would happen if we do not begin to harness the resources we have here in Africa particularly and put it to good use. Agriculture would be the key sector to drive people out of poverty, that we can go back to those times when agriculture used to be the bedrock of Nigeria's success as opposed to oil. Most countries in the world, especially countries that have emerged from extreme poverty and are doing so well now, the likes of Brazil, Vietnam, a lot of them started with agricultural revolutions. And 20 years down the line, from where they were to where they are today, we see them as economies that are worth looking at and taking examples from. Now, in terms of trying to do a transformation around our agricultural sector, there are categories and drivers around how this sector can really come out of where it is today. One, it starts with changing the political landscape, changing the institutional framework around how we operate. Second, we'll be having that national policy, that national plan that can help channel, direct our energies and resources in a way and manner that we get more value for money. And third will be the delivery mechanisms. So we have this plan. How are we going to implement? How are we going to review? How are we going to actually ensure that in terms of performance, it is actually merit-driven and everyone can actually account for what it is that the resources have been put to use for? I'll bring it back home to Lagos. Like I said, ECO, you know that fisheries is one of our main areas of competition. We are surrounded by water, therefore it's only natural that fisheries would be an area that we'd look at in-depthly. Also, red meat value chain. We consume so much in terms of red meat, cattle, sheep, goat, and I'm happy to tell you that one might look at it and consider that why should Lagos actually consider red meat? We are not a producing state, no doubt about it, but when it comes to consumption, over 50% of what Nigeria produces is actually consumed in Lagos. Over 50%. So you can imagine that on a daily basis in this state, we slaughter over 15,000 heads of cattle. That is aside sheep and goats. So you can imagine how much meat you and I are consuming, which is why the focus on red meat is pertinent in the state. Then you have the likes of poultry. You have the likes of rice. Lagos has built the largest rice mill in Africa, the third largest in the world. Will be commissioning by the end of November. And when you consider that in terms of the consumption of rice by the Lagos population, it is similar to what the entire nation of Ghana consumes. So we're on the right track. And then you consider several other value chains like piggery, control, where sorting, where processing, where marketing can actually take place. And eventually you have the likes of commodities board, commodities exchange, and what have you. But essentially the main thing would be to drive down prices of food, because you have more food available, less quality issues, and you'll be able to pass this on to the consumer. Also, in terms of customization of a lot of our initiatives and strategy, particularly around capacity building, technology adoption, funding, PPP collaborations, and like I said, market linkages and infrastructure. A lot of this has actually been tailored to our own geographies. So what you have in Ekpe, or the requirements in Ekpe, also very critical to where we are and where we are moving towards. And generally, just being able to essentially put it to the fore that the 3 tiers of government are required also to work together in harmony to be able to bring a lot of these initiatives to the fore. Which is why the Lagos State government, for instance, we are working, and particularly the Ministry of Agriculture, we are working ardently with our local government Agric supervisors. And one may wonder, why are you working with Agric supervisors? The truth of the matter is, at the local government level, the Agric desks are the closest to the grassroots farmers in the state. They know the farmers, they know the locations, they know the nuances and the areas and the needs of the farmers better than we do. Therefore, rather than predicting and providing solutions to the farmers, we sit down to be able to discuss the possibilities around interventions, and with painstaking efforts are able to channel and drive our initiatives in the direction where we'll see maximum results, even with minimal effort. To engineer truly a $1 trillion economy would require capacity building to the highest. Like I said, the Japa mentality is so ingrained in our youth now, particularly, that it's so scary to imagine that someone that maybe you're having an interview with today and you actually employ into the workplace, by next week, the person may actually be jackpotting out of Nigeria without your knowledge. That is how bad it has gotten to. Our doctors are being taken away from us, our engineers, name it, across all sectors. They are just filtering and moving away out of the country. But the truth of the matter is, these countries that they've moved to, these countries, their economies were also built on the back of someone's blood, sweat, and tears. Which is why here we also need to really put our heads together, rub minds, proffer solutions that would actually bring about the maximum results and for the benefit of most people, so that we don't have people leaving the country to seek greener pastures. The truth of the matter is, the greener pastures are here. And I say this because greener pastures will always exist in a place where opportunities are. And opportunities will exist only where you have gaps in the system. You have production gaps versus consumption gaps. And in the agro sector, in Nigeria particularly, and in Lagos, it is huge. If I start off with, let's say, even the rice value chain, like I mentioned, for instance, Lagos consumes over 1 million tons of rice annually. Here, we produce only 63,000 tons. There's a deficit of about 934,000 tons, or 936,000 tons of rice every year. And when you consider and calculate this in terms of transaction worth, it's over 500 billion naira. So why are our youth leaving when the opportunity exists? If you're talking about the red meat value chain, same thing. We produce only 15,000 tons of red meat. Lagos consumes over 342,000 tons. And transaction value worth over 358 billion naira is sitting on the table and nobody is picking it up. If you look at poultry also, We produce only 72,000 tons of broiler meat. Lagos requires over 260,000 tons. 112 billion is on the table, but nobody is also picking that up. And then you come to fisheries. We produce only 155,000 tons of fish. Lagosians need and consume over 400,000 tons every year. The opportunities are there. The gaps exist. So why are we jackpotting out of the country when we can really engineer this $1 trillion economy just with a few of these value chains that I have mentioned? The opportunities are here, my people. And the truth of the matter is, till we sit down, take a hard look at ourselves, we will continue to think that the pasture is indeed greener on the other side. Also, to re-engineer an economy and push it toward the $1 trillion mark, it will require that, particularly for the agricultural sector, it will require pushing resource point of origination, the changes we want, is the direction Lagos State is taking. Like I said again, capacity building is critical, which is why we focus so much on our youth with the Lagos Agripreneurship Program, where we train our youth, we put them through an internship process, and with the hope that we'll be able to get them linked up with financial institutions that are willing to support for them to start up their businesses. On the flip side, we empower those that we believe have shown the mettle around agricultural practices, and we help them grow their businesses. Also, we have the Lagos Agric Scholars Program, which is targeted towards our youth in secondary schools. We have the likelihood and the probability of being a great person. I'll leave you with this. As the world becomes more dire, as we face more issues, particularly around climate change, as geopolitical wars escalate, as issues around floods, drought, famine, insecurity persist, there's only one way out for us. And that one way out is for us to build our resilience as a people. And we can start that by transforming our food systems. Remember, a hungry man is an angry man. An angry man will stir up strife. Strife will stir up conflict. And conflict can escalate to wars. And when there's war, life is gone. Thank you very much.
That was a beautiful one from the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture. Thank you very much, ma'am, for bringing that word from the Lagos State government. And a quick touch point, agriculture will be a key sector to drive people out of poverty. Don't you just agree? And aren't you just excited about that? That sounds like good news. Music to my ears. Agriculture will be a key sector in driving the people out of poverty. And of course, she also mentioned the value chain, give an example of value chain, how that the toffee that you take is made possible by agriculture. And not just that, the clothes you wear from agriculture, the rubber with which the microphone we used to speak was made from agriculture. You know, so there's hardly anything you can do without agriculture. So agriculture is life, and indeed it's going to be a key sector in driving the people out of poverty, changing the political landscape. These are the vehicles with which agriculture can be used to drive people out of poverty, or take people out of poverty, changing the political landscape, policy formulation. That sounds like speaking to like home truth, like speaking truth to power, you know. And I'm glad that came from from the political class herself, you know. Okay, then the delivery mechanism too has to be sharpened and well pointed at the recipients of the programs of government. Thank you very much. It's getting better and better. I'm just so excited. It's getting better. I was at an event one time, and the moderator wanted to say it's getting better and better, and said it's getting gooder and gooder. It's getting gooder and gooder. No, not what you're thinking. Good, good, better, best, good, gooder, and gooder. That was his way of saying it. It's getting better and better. I wish I could say it's getting gooder and gooder. Now, taking us to the next phase of the event today is a panel discussion. And this is focusing on import substitution. That's the theme of the panel discussion. That's the focus. Import substitution, unlocking growth in the era of value chain finance. Import substitution, unlocking growth in the era of value chain finance. At the end of the day, you'd agree with me that we've done enough damage to our foreign reserves that if you're wondering why our balance of trade it's never favorable, one reason is importation. That's one reason. So it's important to pay attention to this. The lead discussant is Wasimi Luseri, and the moderator is African farmer Folu Mogaji. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Right here today, this is the first panel of Sterling Bank's annual Agribusiness Summit. I want to say a huge thank you to Sterling. Last year, there were some things that came out of the session that actually benefited our business and some other people in the value chain. So I want to say a big thank you for what Sterling has been able to do in a short while. This session, or this panel session, is going to be very, very practical. Very practical, that I would encourage that you consider watching over and over and over again, because the sustainability of your business may be dependent on one or two things that will be said here. With me today, I have Victoria Uwaduka, representing Nestle, and next to her, when you hear of Dangote in the industrial sector, in the agric sector, you must just hear Yemisi Iranloye. She's the giant, you know, blazing the trail that many of us are trying to catch up with her. And she's the CEO of Sultry International. And next to her, it's amazing that Nigerian youths want to japa, meaning leave the country, while some are not even considering leaving the country at all. We have here Ayo, who is the co-founder of Agric. They've also pioneered quite a lot in the agric space for rural farmers and youths. And this is going to be a conversation bringing out a cocktail of solutions. I would like to start by establishing that we are all aware of the challenges that Nigeria, West Africa, and Africa is facing at large. And so this session will not be focused on problems. It will be focused on solutions. So if you want to know about the problems, you go online and read about them. So I start with a quote from Napoleon Hill in the great book, Think and Grow Rich. And it says, out of every adversity comes a greater or equal opportunity, provided we can find it. So Africa's challenge of looking at the developed countries to source its raw material for sustainability is something that we need to pay attention to. So the Ukraine and Russia war is Africa's opportunity to be sustainable. So I would want to ask all of you, starting from Victoria, are we going to be sustainable if we look inward?
Thank you very much, Fulu, for that question. Are we going to be sustainable if we look inwards? I think that the simple answer to that is yes. If we look at the input that we need for most of our industries, and then the Commissioner of Agriculture for Lagos State has put it in the right words, we have many value chains where we have opportunities. Yes, we have challenges, but every country has challenges. And if we look inwards, then we're going to look at every opportunity as a value chain. We're going to look end to end, from beginning to end, from the farm to the table. There are many points within that value chain where there are opportunities. There are many linkages that need to happen. And if we succeed in having an ecosystem that is all about the things that we find amongst us, the things that we can substitute, because that's what import substitution is about. If we can find that, then of course we'll be sustainable. I think that, you know, the COVID pandemic hit all of us in the right place. It found us in the right place. And so if you were totally dependent on importing the raw materials that you needed, you were in trouble. But if you had already succeeded in creating an ecosystem where you get your value chains locally, then you were more poised to survive within the challenges that we faced. And then the Ukraine-Russia war is another opportunity, as you've said. Of course, the cost of importation has skyrocketed over 100%, right? If not going towards 200% cost of transporting your goods, the time spent waiting for these goods to arrive, and so there's the risk of stopping your processes because of that. Imagine if you didn't have to deal with all of that. I think you'd be more sustainable. Every month in the year, from January to December, you'll have an opportunity to get the raw materials that you want. And I'm sure that MEC is going to speak to some of that, so I won't go into too much about that. But it's important that we begin to look inwards if we want to be sustainable. Importation is not sustainable. Depending on external factors, not sustainable. You need things that you can control, that are within your space, that you can manage, that you understand, and you can continue to improve on to be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would want MEC also to speak to that and also answer if cassava can replace crude oil.
Hello? Okay, good. Yes, cassava can very well replace corn. I think we've been able to prove that over the last 10 years, producing different type of products from cassava that we normally produce from corn in Thailand and China and other countries. Can it replace oil? Why not? We have over 150 million people in Nigeria, and almost every vicinity plants this crop. So we can generate the kind of volume that we need to be able to do the different things that we can do. We can produce almost 300 different type of products from cassava. Just everything you can produce from corn. So if you put it side by side, if you really, really face the crop and take all that we can get from it, we can replace oil with cassava very well.
That's good news to many of us that we should head to the cassava farms now. Ayo, your organization has been involved in the value chain in terms of linking rural farmers and youths to funding, leveraging data and co. Would you also say it's sustainable? Sustainable in the sense that at the end of the day, do you think, you know, your initiatives vis-a-vis accessing funding, do you think that is sustainable to make sure that we have the raw materials that the likes of Nestle and others can leverage?
Yes, I think, thank you. Okay. Hello, can you hear me now? It's better? Okay, all right. So yes, I happened in poultry at some point in time before like production went low. So I think it's definitely replicable. More serious players like us who are coming with like technology, with the data, with the infrastructure, warehousing, everything across the country, and then partnerships with the likes of Rabobank and many other financial institutions who are ready to take the bull by the horn, and I think we can definitely achieve it.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Victoria. Do you have any success story as regards substituting local for imports, you know, within the last few years? Because everybody is saying, okay, this thing sounds like speaking too much English. In practical terms, have you been able to substitute one product?
So I think one success story is sitting here. Let me see with corn, with the cassava and the inputs that we get from cassava, including the starch, and then the work that we're doing to substitute corn flour with high quality cassava flour. It was a journey that we went on, and it's a success story today. Another area, of course, you know, we source palm oil 100% in Nigeria, of course, cocoa 100% in Nigeria, cassava 100% in Nigeria, and then maize, corn, 100% in Nigeria as well. Soya bean, 100% in Nigeria. And these are value chains where we started the journey from 2011 when we went all out. I mean, think about an organization like ours where over 80% of our input is from agriculture, from food crops. That is, it's a no-brainer that is something that we needed to do. Today, we are also on a journey with dairy, and we might not arrive at 100% in one day. It's a process. It works over time to achieve that, but that's something that we could achieve. Yes, there are success stories that we have, and we could tell you about the journey that we went on with maize, from losing about 30% at the factory gate because of the quality, because of contamination and all of that. And then the work that we started to do with the farmers to improve the quality. And today we're at about 4% factory gate rejection, from 30% to 4%. That's been something great, and that we achieved over the past 4 years, you know, working continuously with the farmers. So is it a possibility? Yes. And how did we achieve this? You know, sometimes when you look at projects, you're looking at it as one thing, and you're not looking at it as part of the whole process. So we think about taking raw material into your factory. It starts from the input. It starts from the quality of the crop that you even plant. It starts from how the farmer maintains it through the time and then harvests it. It also speaks to how it is harvested, how it is cleaned, and how it is stored. It also goes on to how it is transported, because sometimes the quality of the crop is good at the farm gate, but during the transportation period, because of humidity, how it is being transported, something happens along the value chain. So we're looking at it, you know, like the whole value chain. And one of the things that we found that worked is that our aggregators are actually involved in the farming. So if we're talking about cassava, we're not going to go to the individual farmers or the cooperatives to work with them. We'll work with Sultry and we'll say, okay, you know, I mean, this is, you're supplying to us directly. You understand the quality, you understand the farmers on the field and all of that. So basically, you are the only middleman that we have, no other. And so you manage that process. We work together, manage that process, and then we get the produce into the factory. And that's what we do with corn, with soya beans, with sorghum, white sorghum. We source 100% in Nigeria as well. And that's what is transformed into the malt that is in the Milo that we have today. So do we have success stories? Yes, lots and lots of them. And we can share, you know, how this system works, ensuring that you're looking at it holistically, not just as one activity, but holistically, and you're managing it end to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Yemisi, to unlock the supply chain in Nigeria now, Nigeria, Africa as a whole, what would you advise? What path do you think we must follow? Because I know you've been at this, you practically developed systems and models, you know. So how do you advise we go about it to be able to unlock so that the likes of the multinationals, you know, would have open doors to having low rejection?
Okay. To unlock,
yes,
we need to first of all understand the value chain, because if you don't understand the process from beginning to the end to end, then you will not be able to take full potential. So we need to first of all understand the value chain and list out all the challenges as they were. List out the qualities that the multinational need. For example, let's say cassava industry, they want starch that is free of debris, blah, blah, blah. So when they put those qualities down, you now go down back to, okay, we want to produce, we have to produce this. And if we have to produce this, I need to work with 1 million farmers. These 1 million farmers must produce cassava with this quality of starch. It must arrive my factory at 24 hours within harvest period. They must remove the stock properly so that it doesn't reduce, it doesn't increase my my foreign body in the quantity, I mean the product. What is the HACCP plan I must put in place to be able to achieve what the multinational needs? So for me, it's a holistic approach, and then you now say, okay, how much do I need to be able to process? How much does my farmers need to give me what I need to run day by day. So it's the cassava value chain is large. It's larger than we are seeing it. I think we are not making much headway because we are not looking at it end to end and look at how much do we really need to make this happen. So most of the time you see that you need maybe $1 billion and only 200 million is available. So you see the players struggling because there is not enough fund to be able to take care of it from one end to the other end. So it becomes discouraging. By the time you see a player go in, he needs $1 billion, he's struggling over 200 million because the other players in the value chain don't even understand what he's going through. Why are you not delivering? If Nancy is saying you have to deliver 100 tons of starch every week, why are you delivering 40? Oh, it's because farmers are not bringing. Go back and check. Why is the farmers not bringing? It's because he has not paid the one he collected last week. So and then why is he not paying? His cash flow is just slow. So it's something the banks need to understand, the government needs to understand their role, the multinational needs to understand. It's a big basket. It's really bigger than we think. But is it doable? Yes. Has it been done? Yes. Is it working? Very well. I mean, she's just mentioned so many products, from guinea corn to palm oil to cocoa. But ask her how much is going into that is a lot. Some get lost. That is getting lost doesn't mean it's not going to work. It's just part of the seed money that must be lost for it to happen. That also happened in Europe. They lose money. You think it's all the money that they give to their farmers they get back? As sophisticated as they are, I tell you, it's not every kobo that is put in their value chain that comes back. That's why they have a lot of grants. In fact, that's why they substitute agriculture so that it works. But when it works, they get back every kobo that they have spent. But if it has not worked, you can't abandon it halfway. So if we must make a success of these value chains, which are many, whichever one you pick, it has to be holistic, it has to be sincere, and we face it head on. Some part of it, the monies can come back. For example, the monies you use to run around the bush to get the farmers, where are you going to put that? In which account? Is it going to be borne by Nestle or borne by Sotri? It has to be borne by someone. Okay, so if you put that on the cash flow of a small company that is just growing, that's part of what crashes it. And that's why some of them, a lot are running away from developing the raw material. And then at the end of the day, they will still end up dying because without the raw material, you produce only 4 months of the year, and then you are in trouble. So somehow, I don't know how we are going to do it, but we must tell ourselves the truth. There's still part of that element in the agri-value chain that have to be borne by grants or a repayable loan, kind of something that is flexible. It could be recoverable when the business is cassava. So, but it's because a lot has been done. Over 10 years we've been with Nestle on this journey. It's not just yesterday, it's a journey of 10 years. Every year we are having, what do we do next? What can be done? How do we block this? And all of that is a continuous thing. So yes, it can be done. Yes, it can be done.
Yeah, so what you've said, gets me really happy when you look at Sterling's collaboration with Rabobank, because if a bank has been there for over 100 years and Sterling is saying we can collaborate, we can learn from you, we can package, or leverage what has worked to come into the value chain. That's the practicality of these conversations, and I know maybe this time next year Sterling will come up with something. Ayo, you've worked with quite a lot of smallholder farmers across wheat, corn, and other things. How can we ensure that farmers produce to standard? I've worked also with rural farmers, and I know that it's a lot of work. Like Yemisu said, it's not something that you want to make back on the immediate because it's always long term. How do we do that, and can you share how you've been able to work on this?
Thank you for that. I think it's pretty much like everyone has said here. It's a very long-term game, and it's looking at it end to end. I think for us also, it's in the same way we've looked at every crop, like one after the other. So we started in rice, scaling that up, started in maize, scaling that up, but now we're in wheat also. Today, Tribe is working with a little over 400,000 farmers. Our goal is to get to 500,000 this year, 1 million next year, and 10 million over the next 4 years. And we're just ambitious around tracking that growth. I think when you look at, and our process is it's really come from farmer identification, right? So you hear a lot of people say, oh, we're working in the space, we're working with farmers, you don't trust farmers, farmers don't want to pay their loan. But even as basic as, do you even know the farmer? Exactly. Exactly. So you have more people, a lot of people working in the space who are saying, they're giving money to farmers, but who are these farmers? How are these farmers properly identified? In our case, when we go into communities, we recruit a field officer, we give him his very first smartphone, we give him his very first bike. For a lot of them, that's the very first smartphone they're using in their lives. We built out something called the agricultural operating system, which the farmers use on their phone. The field officers use. They carry out psychometric tests on the farmers, and it's as basic as knowing is the farmer ready to pay his loan. We put the farmers into groups to cross-guarantee themselves, get the community leaders to guarantee them also. We map out their lands, which is another thing. You go to a farmer, you ask him what size of his land, he tells you it's 10 hectares. When you measure it, you find it's 0.5. And then you give him if it's what 10 hectares, you are sure that goes to waste, right? So all of those places end to end, we have warehouses across the country. Today we have about 400 warehouses. And the goal is to ensure that at the point of harvest, you're not waiting for the farmer to say bring his harvest to you, right? We have we put threshing loan as part of the loans the farmers receive. So right there you're threshing for him. There's transportation loan also as part of his loan also. So you're transporting for him, bringing his inputs right to the harvest. And another thing I must say that is very important here is a lot of people go and you give the farmer money at the beginning of the season, but like you come at the end and you want to collect output, and it's really impossible because if you look at this season, for instance, how will the farmer have gotten urea? How would they have gotten NPK? Those inputs they are almost not available. So what we do is from the beginning of the season working with partners. So for instance, this year I worked with OCP and we designed this particular blend of NPK that was available for farmers as early as April. Our urea was also available as early as April. So by the time the scarcity came, our farmers didn't have to experience that, right? And we were able to work with them to get their yield up. So most people are using blanket things like 20, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15. The blend designed NPK for instance, with OCP for instance, it was 1646 something, and then it had elements of zinc and boron, which are not, and that's not a fertilizer you see in the market, right? And so when our farmers come out and their yield are over 4 tons, you know that work has gone into that. And so that's just, I think it's thinking about from a value chain perspective, how do we ensure the farmers get the area yield, get right harvest? And I think just as the MEC had said also, it's a blend of capital, right? So Sterling is not making money for 5 years. It's just the reality. They want to do 1 year done, and they are doing an amazing job there, by the way. But you know, a lot of other people come into the space. So, for instance, last year, one of the partners we partnered with was USAID. They trade up on their grant, and then they take grants for us for 50,000 farmers, and a lot of their money coming into things like warehousing, ensuring you can drive the farmers' quality, and just ensuring that output can be great. And I'm glad to say that project is a success. We're going to be having a closeout ceremony sometime in December, and we'll share some of the results of that. And another example of how something like that is being worked out is today we're working with AFA and AMO to develop something like the broiler bed. So it's a version of the broiler bed, but it's supposed to be able to survive more harsh environmental conditions, right? It's a very small pilot, just doing about 100 farmers, and then the goal for us is we can prove that the broiler beds are sustainable, can prove that they can commercially be sold and that the farmers can gain income from it. And then just as we started with 100 farmers, tomorrow that gets like 1 million farmers, and we're able to now drive the cost of meat down. So it's just really thinking through the system, working with partners. So for instance, when you look at what we're doing with AMO, AFA has to come in to say, you know what, would finance the pilot, we ensure that this can work, this is sustainable, right? Then we then work with the banks to scale that up. So that's how we've been working around it, and I think our goal is to get Africa to feed herself and the world, and I think we'll start from one farmer, get 100 million, and see where we are.
Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about policies. I volunteered with Nigeria Agribusiness Group to really have this tussle around with Nigerians, West Africa, eating tomatoes produced on the African soil. And for about 3 years, there was a lot of back and forth, visiting presidency and co. And eventually, the presidency brought out that policy to favor local production. But the challenge was that just some months after that, we just did not get that policy implemented. And we now found out much later, even though they increased tariff to make it tougher to bring tomato paste in. And we now discover that part of the agencies, government agencies, said, well, this policy came to us this number of days after it was issued. And our policy says that once it gets to us after 90 days, it has to be revalidated. And it's not their job to revalidate that policy. It's for you to go back and get it revalidated. And that's why that portion of placing a ban on importation did not happen. Now, policy has to do with government. How can we lobby government effectively to be able to ensure that, yeah, presidency has done the job. They put out the policy. But there's another policy with another ministry, you know, that is truncating that effort. How can we do that? Because without getting the right policy implemented, what we'll be talking about will be stories. I know Nestle has been able to put together quite a lot of policies and engage government, private sector. How can we do this in practical terms?
A very interesting question. How can we make policies work when the policy has already been approved and then someone else has to approve it? I think that's the challenge that we have across every area of business. So it's not just about the agricultural policies. There has to be some sort of synchronization within the government so that, you know, if we have one policy here, another policy that is not in consonance with that, then we're not doing anything. If you look at our financial policies, that's the same problem that we have. If you look at our environmental policies, every area that you look at, that's the challenge that we have. And the government that makes those policies is the same government. We've always pushed through our various advocacy groups to have a harmonization. Let's take a look at all these policies. Let's see where all of them align. If you look at the dairy policy as well, I mean, you're looking at a policy. One is made by the Ministry of Agriculture, there's a Ministry of Finance, then there's the ECOWAS one, and there are elements of it that don't just work together. It's a simple answer that may be simpler to do if we have the will to do it. Just synchronize the policies. Ensure that this policy says this, so you ensure that this aligns with that and that aligns with that. Policies are supposed to be a process, they're supposed to drive a process. And policies should be live documents that can be reviewed as the need arises. What we're doing now, working with the lawmakers, working with the policymakers, working with the different ministries and other stakeholders, is just to bring this harmonization in. And as long as we are not able to do that, we will not be able to move forward. We need to harmonize the policies to be able to move forward. If one policy says that, we must look at all the other policies that have to do with that. Imagine a company, and you have the HR policy saying one thing, and then you have the I don't know what other policy you have, the HR policy, the finance policy, everything is working in different directions. It will never work. You need to bring everybody together around the table. Who are the beneficiaries? Who are the stakeholders? What do we need to do? What are the processes? What are the different points where different people need to take action? Ensure that it's all aligned. That's what we need to do. It's a very simple answer. There's nothing else that will make this work. You know, I think we were chatting earlier and talking about even the policy on cassava. I remember when we're working on high quality cassava flour, we have to do the work all the way from Standards Organization of Nigeria. That's not our job as industry, but we have to do it because it is a broken ecosystem, it's a broken value chain. We have to go that distance to have those policies in place. First of all, align the standards, ensure that the Ministry of Agriculture is a part of the discussion, and then ensure that every other person is a part of the discussion. And that's the job we're doing at industry, which is not our job. So instead of focusing on our core area, we're going back to talk about policy. So yes, I know that we have a great opportunity right now to look at the way we are driving policies. I mean, we're having a session recently, and that was on environment, and we spoke about the fact that some policies seem to have been made in the air without taking into consideration the environment. We probably take something that was done in England and just bring it here and write it down as something that we need to do. Does our ecosystem support that? We haven't looked at that. Who is going to implement it? We haven't looked at that. Who are the people who have to change their behaviors to help you support this policy? We haven't looked at that. And it's never going to work. We need to start from the results that we want and then work backwards and look at what we need to do to get those results.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yemisi.
Thank you.
Yeah. Policies that have been already in place, that is not properly aligned. There are so many policies that are not even available. So many. For example, we just produce sorbitol. There's no standard. No standard for sorbitol. So it means we, just like she's mentioned for cassava flour, we had to, Socha and Nestle had to join hands, go into their office almost. In fact, we became a nuisance before the policy was done. That of sorbitol is there now. We have to start the struggle all over to ensure that there's a policy, there's a standard to even be used to measure it. So right now, we are using international standard, using ISO standard to measure and then to be able to operate. And sometimes these policies can take 2 years, 3 years. So if you have set up a factory and there's no standard, the multinationals most of the time will not even want to buy. Are you now saying that a company that has set up a new product for 3 years will not, that company will just die? So these things have to just happen if there must be development, and we need to move very fast on it. So of course, what will happen is we are using the standard that is available. That is the standard that is close to it, which is sweetener, which is very broad. At least there's something to be used. So I think the different agencies need to work times 5.
To be proactive. To
be proactive that come. Now that we have produced sorbitol, it's possible vitamin C will come next. It's possible monosodium glutamate is going to come next. It's possible whatever is going to come next. Start making standards ahead of people thinking of what to do next, so that when they do it, there will be standard to measure. Or they can even run to you for what do we do, for clarification. So we need to send people for training. There must be more exposure, because right now a lot is happening. People are thinking. Multinationals are looking inward. There's no multinational in this country except anyone who does not know what he's doing, who wants to continue to import. When the dollar is going up, we don't even know where it's going to. So everybody is looking inward, and the more they are looking inward, the more new companies are going to be springing up, the more the old companies are doing new things, and if there are no standards and there are no policies to guide those things, then we are going to be making big mistakes. So I believe that, yeah, even there are the old policies, we need to make new policies, we need to make new standards, we need to make them clear and be there to support new companies or new concepts, so that we can run to them to say, what do I do with this? I need to test this. I need to analyze this. Sophisticated equipment needs to be brought in to help in analyzing. For example, if you're doing a product, like for us, we had to build a very, very sophisticated laboratory to be able to analyze all the products that is coming out from our factory. We didn't need to do that ideally, because that's a whole, the money to put in there, it's not small money. It's run into hundreds of millions to set up a sophisticated equipment with HPLC, spectrophotometer, gas chromatography, and all of that. Meanwhile, we could have that somewhere where we could just go and analyze, and it saves you the cost of looking for capital to be able to do that. We need to do a whole lot if we have to achieve. But I know we can. If we're already doing them, we can do more. But the government should just step up their game. As the private sector is stepping up the game, government should step up their game as well, to be able to make sure that as these products are being produced, their policies, their standards that can analyze them, so that quickly the multinationals can buy, and then we can grow, and then grow from leaps and bounds.
Ayo, in terms of policies, like engaging and working with rural farmers, agric inputs and co, what would you want maybe somebody, a DG that is listening to us online now, what would you advise in terms of policy?
I mean, just as everyone has said, I think like what will be really important is really just that foresight of being able to say what's going on in space, what's new, and then providing visibility. So today, if I want to find out from someone about a policy, can I go online? Are the policies online? Is there where I can apply to see that, okay, this is something we're trying to work on? What's your feedback? So just providing transparency and visibility so everyone knows what to do, what needs to be done, I think is really important. Like, not everybody's going to be able to sit on this stage or call DJs on phone, but like for a lot of small startups that are just springing up, like what's that visibility and transparency that is accessible to government policies? I think one policy I would see very important till today, I think I'm glad Sterling Bank has adopted it, but quite a lot of banks still ask me, when they say, where's your collateral to lend? And I say, I have maize worth 10 billion in your house. I said, no, give me a house in Ikoyi. So when you see scenarios like that, those are still continuous blockages to get financing. I know NCX is here, and I know they're working on something around warehouse receipting and seeing how that can be used to unlock financing, and things like that are things that are definitely going to cause changes in this space. So just more of these sort of innovations, more of this sort of foresight by government agencies will be really, really important in unlocking finance in this space. I mean, previously also, like starting up, I didn't realize the importance of policy and working with workers. And then recently I just picked up a volunteering role with the Nigeria Economic Summit as the thematic leader for market access. So I'm also now beginning to see the importance and trying to drive those changes in this space, definitely. So we'll see about that.
Now, my immediate former role in the Lagos Chamber of Commerce as the Agric Group chairman, there seems to be this balance that needs to be created, which I learned also on the seat, which is the importers want to import. That's their business, to import. At the same time, the chamber has producers who wants import stopped. So when I got there, and I'm more into production, and I now have to defend both. So I went studying and research, and I found out that you must just sit on the fence. Because when you look at it, the importers have more cash to fund and do other things, while the producers still have a long way to go. How can we bridge this gap so that we take care of the importers? Because, all this ban we talk about, across Africa, we just wake up and say, we ban this, we ban that. Meanwhile, governments have signed bilateral agreements not to ban particular products. You can increase tariff, but the ban, how can we bridge this? Because until we are able to bridge that, we may not be able to really move forward. How can we do that? I know Nestle would have done quite a bit on that.
Yes. Thank you. I don't think that bans are the answer. I think that what we need to do is to empower the local ecosystem to increase manufacturing. And once we strike that balance with goods produced in Nigeria, remember that we will want to, when we've saturated our market, we'll want to export as well. So protectionism might not be the answer to that. But right now, the challenge we have is that importation far outweighs local manufacturing, and there's a clear reason for that. Locally manufactured goods are more expensive than imported goods because there is a higher cost of doing business in Nigeria. And until we drive down that cost and we say do not import, what we're going to have is to see more of smuggling. I had the misfortune to travel along the Badagry Mile 2 axis. I say misfortune because we spent 6 hours in the traffic and we saw a lot of things. We saw vehicles coming in, and we saw people cutting into the seats of the vehicle, and I was wondering, what are they doing? And do you know what they were bringing out of those seats? Rice. So you say you've banned the importation of rice. Rice is still coming in because we're not producing enough rice to meet the demands. So smuggling is what will happen. How do we strike the balance? What are those things that we must do You know, I'm very excited to hear about what Ayo is doing, you know, working with 500,000 farmers and all of that, and then poultry, trying to drive down the cost of these items in the market. As long as we don't do this, we're going to be creating the problems. But the more we do that, the more we drive down the cost of doing business, the more we drive down the cost of these items, then we won't need to import so much. Now the importer is going to look at what he can do here to export as well. I think that is a question of opportunities, demand and supply. So how do we strike that balance? How do we protect everybody's need? That you're importing shoes doesn't mean that if I produce shoes in Nigeria, no one is going to buy if it's of a good quality and if the price is right. I think those are the conversations that we need to have.
Yeah. Before I allow Yemi to talk about it, I was on a training in the US on US food security and foreign policy, and I was shocked to find out that US is number 5 in tomato production globally. At the same time, they are also importing tomatoes. What they've done is to focus on processing tomato meant for processing and import fresh tomatoes from Mexico and their neighbors. At the same time, they are commercial producers of fresh tomatoes. You know, so balancing this, I just want to put that ahead before I allow you to contribute to that.
Okay. I think importation and local production will always be. However, if we don't take care, the imported products can kill the locally manufactured products of the same, like let's say shoe for shoe. A particular brand of shoe, maybe this particular one you are wearing, is being imported from maybe Thailand, and we have 3 manufacturers in Nigeria who are producing the same type of shoe. And this is landing at, say, 15,000, and they cannot but sell at 22,000 if they must make profit. Now, government has a responsibility to find a way to protect the local company. However, government can't protect for too long. I mean, we need to tell ourselves the truth at this point and be very realistic. I remember 10 years ago when we started our journey with Nestle, and I would like to share this and share where we are today with Nestle. Then we used to be far higher in price than the imported products. And then as a company, we sat down and said, in 5 years, we want to be the biggest supplier of starch to Nestle. How are we going to do it? So we did a roadmap. We want to be the biggest, and we also want to be able to compete with the imported products. We gave ourselves 3 years. But honestly, we achieved it in 3 years. And we gave ourselves 5 years, but we achieved it in 3 years. What did we do? We knew we were higher today. But then Nestle was still buying and saying, look, we are buying at X amount, but you are supplying us at X amount. We see that we are losing, but we want to develop you. So can you tell us how you are going to make sure that in the next 3 years to 5 years, you will be able to compete with what we are importing. So we went back and said, okay, if we must do that, you know what? Let's look for loans at 9% for farmers. Let's look for how to give farmers high-yielding products. Let's look for how to give farmers fertilizer. So we listed all those things and looked at how to increase yield, how to increase starch content. We went to research ourselves and said, okay, if we're able to do this, we will be able to handle this. By the 3rd year was when there was the issue of Forex and all of that. And we were able to sell lower than imported prices and bigger volumes. Today we sell volumes and our prices are competitive. But I think that local manufacturers must also be strategic. We shouldn't operate in, they have to buy it. Oh, if they don't buy it, what would they do? No. If you are allowed to sell today at a higher price, it's because you are being allowed to develop. It's not going to be there forever. If in 10 years thereafter you are still struggling, it's likely another company will come and take you over. So over time, we've been able, every time we are always looking at what else can we do. The last 3 years, we saw that, stems yield, farmers' yield were beginning to drop. And if we don't do something, it means we are going to go back to where we were 10 years ago when yields were so bad and prices went above board. We started to develop our own step. We now have a lab where we actually generate, produce our own stem like that of IITA. Because by next year, we want to start collecting stem from farmers, burning them, and giving them new ones. So it's something, part of profit must be strategically tailored back into the business to produce, to be able to put a plan in place to continue to be better, remembering that you are competing with the imported product. The imported product will be there with us forever. And there's a limit to what the government can do. Even, okay, now they ban it, it's still coming in. What will you do? So you just must be able to produce a product that is of good quality and at a price, even if it's not exactly the same. If it's like 2%, 3% more, they will buy the low, because they also have the policy to buy locally manufactured products as a policy, but not with 35% variance in price or 40% variance in price. That becomes way too much for them to handle. So I believe that, yes, this can be happen, but even the companies, we should know that, yes, we'll be protected by government, but not for too long, and it can't be 100% protection. We also must look inward into the business and ensure that we are looking at it and ensuring that somehow we are better. It's either your quality is higher, so you can compete and say, oh, see, my quality is higher than the one you are importing. There's something you are putting on the table that is making you better. So even if your price is slightly higher, it will be because they are getting it in quality. Or, oh, I'm supplying you in real time. My product is fresher. The one you are importing is like 3 years of age. So there must just be something. So I believe that these are the things that we need to do. A lot has to go into planning and research and all of that.
So Ayo, because you do quite a lot around short-term crops, 3 months, wheat, rice, corn, and co. And the cost of input recently has gone 100, 150, some 200% of the roofs. How do you balance your short-term, the company survival, and being competitive? Because right now, across Africa, post-COVID and co, how do you balance this? You know, to staying in business and also wanting to, you know, to have access to the multinationals where they can look to you as first?
I mean, I think just as, first of all, we've not figured it out.
I like that honesty.
We're still in the process. And I think just as both of them have said, right, while the governments will create structures, right, to ensure that you're competitive, while the government will ban, do tariffs and all of that, at the end of the day, I think like the government's key role actually needs to come back to the inputs, right? Like what's going into it? How can we drive the cost down? How can we drive the yields up? Because ultimately it's a free market that's going to work, right? The local production has to be better quality or has to be cheaper or same price to be able to stop exports. Because even if you ban it, you're still coming through smuggling. So, we're working with policy makers, working with fertilizer producers, as I said, trying to ensure that we can make things that are specific and so that way the costs are lower. But I think we definitely need to see like a lot more government intervention as opposed to coming at the end to say, oh, how do we fix the prices so it's competitive? But coming before to the inputs to say, how do we ensure cost of fertilizers, cost of seeds, how do we ensure there are good road networks, how do we ensure the warehouses exist, to ensure that the cost of production is lower and the yield goes up, and so that by the time I look at local rice and foreign rice, right, it's similar prices, or one is lower or one is better quality. And I think that's what the future looks like.
Okay, so I've seen something work in India that over the years when they were trying to scale up to meet global competitiveness, which is to have 2 standards of products. Take for instance like the tomato value chain. Most of the tomatoes produced in Nigeria have low brisk level, that's the sugar in it is low. But most of the policies for processing is copied and pasted from Europe. But I can tell you 95% of the tomatoes produced locally has low brisk level. But over 70% of what we call paste is actually not tomatoes, imported. So if tomato imported to Nigeria is 70% not tomato. Because there was a point where the presidency sat down with the importers and now discovered that none of them was even producing here, sent some to the lab, and found out that it was starch, yeah. It was starch, cassava starch, corn starch. And yet, we produce raw tomatoes, and
that there are things like that exist. So maybe it's at the point of ensuring that these policies are implemented so that low quality products do not enter the country. Because of course, if it's low quality, then, I mean, you're talking about the tomato paste. We can talk about the bouillons. We can talk about so many products that come into this country that are not the right standard. And so they shouldn't be allowed to come in the first place. Now, should we have different policies, one for export and one for Nigerians?
Local.
So for local. So are we going to say that we will keep the lower standards for Nigeria or the higher standards for the export? Because every market that you're exporting to has very high standards. I think that we just need a standardization just to say these are the qualities that need to be produced, and we need to work towards sustaining those qualities. Now, there is another thing. If we talk about perishable goods, shelf life and all of those things that we need to think about, maybe those are areas that we need to work on. And then we need to work on our cold chains. We need to work on different chains to ensure that these products are going. And then we need to work on local processing as well. I know that if we had a local processing plant and we have the tomatoes locally, I think Tomato Juice is doing something similar. You know, look at how we can process and we ensure that the quality is higher because our tomatoes are very good and we can process them. Recently I heard that one of the biggest factories or biggest manufacturers of tomato paste, a Nigerian who was based in Nigeria, had to move his factory out of Nigeria because of the cost of doing business. He's one of the traitors because YMC is still here. Yeah, but you know, things like this will happen, right? So the standards need to be the standards. I don't think that we should have two different standards. We should have this standard, which is the standard, and work backwards. Go and have a retro planning to achieve those standards. That's what I think that we need to do.
Yes, so as YMC speaks to that, she's a core processor. Our cassava needs to get to her in 24 hours, but the logistics is not available. The labor is not available. What needs to happen as you address this, whether we should have two standards, what from your experience needs to happen for us to be able to either have the same standard or to have two standards?
Yeah, I didn't know whether you wanted me to speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
First of all, I can beat my chest to say that most products produced in Nigeria can compete 100% favorably with anyone coming from anywhere from outside this country. Now, if we take our time to look at the products that comes in, not every one of them is as good.
Yes.
It's just the brainwash mentality that, oh, this thing is coming from so and so country, then it must be good. It doesn't mean. If you take the product and go and analyze, you find out that it's not as good. So, but because we like this foreign mentality, if something is coming from abroad, then it's better than what is coming from Nigeria. So I believe that first, we must know that what we produce in Nigeria is very good and be proud of it. Now, the standards should be the same. We could have, in my own opinion, maybe an SME standard for the beginners. Maybe these beans, maybe this person cannot afford to get the NAFDAC. Not that the person didn't meet the requirement. You know, the cost of even getting certification is very expensive in this country. First of all, we don't want to go there. It's better we don't go there, but that's another canker worm. That is a story for another day. The cost of certification is too expensive. Let's say it as it should be. I mean, it does not encourage manufacturing at all. So for beginners that cannot afford maybe to get the high qualification, you could have an entry point standard for them. But not because the product is not good, but because maybe they cannot afford a gold seal. So we could have a gold seal, a silver seal, maybe a diamond. Now, even the silver is good. It's just that maybe the packaging is not as sophisticated as that of a diamond. But when it comes to content, it should be the same. So in which case it helps an SME to be able to just have a 30,000 naira and is able to get a NAFDAC number with a silver seal. So when you are on the share and you see, oh, I will buy this, I want to support this company. I'm buying this silver because I want to buy this. But at least it has a number, NAFDAC number, which shows that this product is fit for consumption, is very good. Packaging may not be as good as the other one because this is a beginner. I mean, someone like me will pick it. Why? I want to help that company go. But you know that in terms of content, in terms of quality of content, it is the same. It's only that, oh, it's not as sophisticated in branding like that of Nestle. So we know that, oh, Nestle are the big boys. So if I'm going to pick a Nestle Milo, I know that I will pay more. But if I'm picking an Adra Hawaii Milo, it's just a small company starting up. So you decide, okay, let me pick one of these, let me pick 3 of these. So there must be that opportunity. But in terms of standard, it should be the same. That is, content standard should be the same. They are collectively should be the same. Now, in terms of certification award, could be different. So that people, SMEs, can have the opportunity to pay 20,000, 25,000 and get their numbers and be able to sell. Do you know we have a lot of SMEs that are selling under the ground? Because for 2 years, even when you even pay for 2 years, the numbers have not come out. Yeah.
So before your response to that, why I went that route is because the tomato varieties, I'm picking tomatoes because everybody eats tomatoes across Africa. The tomato varieties that they say has low risk today, all 100% of those tomatoes that is being condemned now are of foreign origin, 100. So 25 years ago, before they developed new varieties, that was the same tomatoes that they were processing in the developed countries. Now that they have a better variety, it's being said, take the better variety, but for 20 years, you can't that same one. So in terms of the policy, as long as that tomato and the process was done, we should be able to, like you said, create that leverage because it's still the same variety of tomato. It is just over the years, they've improved systems and and now that is now what we have copied as against the basics. Ayo, now, you want to say something? Yeah.
I'll just use the example of how we did the flour, the recent high quality cassava flour certification. I will recommend, and really very humbly recommending, that if we want to do policies for products, let them take a factory, take the sample, analyze it, understand what goes into that product. Then you can now do policies and standards. That's the best. That's how it is done in Europe. That's how it is done in America. We can't be doing standard on Zoom because these are chemical substances. So, but if we analyze together, it will cost some little money, but it will be more result-oriented. So if we say, okay, from this level to this level for this product, we can understand how it goes into it. Even if somebody who is starting a fresh company comes to meet you, you can explain and say, you see, this is the reason why this is the levels. Okay, then higher level can be this. Okay, from this to this, that range. Why is it that range? The people doing the policy must understand it. But most of the time, we don't even understand why it should be 2,000 milligrams of this in this. You know, you understand that because we are talking food now. We don't understand. We just go to ISO, British Pharmacopoeia, whatever, copy back. Now, the varieties of tomato, let's use tomato now, that was used to create that standard is different from the variety that we are using here. So we need to use the variety here to create our own standard. Then it becomes home. It becomes something a small company can relate with, because you have used the variety that he can easily get in the market for the standard. So I think it's the way we do the standards and the policies that also must change. It just must change. I won't say we can't use the current tomato to make tomato puree. It's a big lie. I mean, it's a big lie. It can be used. It's just because we want to do copy and paste most of the time. We don't want to do work to be able to arrive at it. I think that this has to change if we must make a major stride in manufacturing, in development, in research. It must change. We must change the way we do policies. And it must be real-time policies, driven, tested. I mean, the people must understand, the policy makers must know, this thing we can defend it because we did it, we tried it. We used it in 3-4 major multinational factories. The product gave us this. Okay, this is why we are putting this. Not just picking, copy and paste, and then we have a policy that cannot be, we cannot produce, we cannot be defended, or cannot be achieved by the local. It's
not competitive.
Yeah, it cannot be achieved. The word is it cannot be achieved by the local companies.
Ayo. Yeah, because as a youth, you interact quite a lot, with youths, and also youth farmers. What would be your contribution to this vis-a-vis what you do?
I think for me, especially with youths, we're not very efficient people. you want to move fast, right? So I would say, even just like the basic decency.
EN is graciously funding that value chain of financing. What needs to improve so that it can be more efficient and effective?
Anchor borrowers, are you sure you want to have that conversation?
Yes, in terms of focusing on what is working. Yeah, so on what is working in terms of the model, because one thing that I'm very interested in, and I know that quite a lot of people are interested in, is to say it's a beautiful model. In terms of the implementation, what needs to improve so that we stay on the positives?
Yeah, I think that, yes, it's a beautiful model. It's a model that will work very well if it is implemented properly. The major gap that I see there, and Ayo did speak to that, is in data. The integrity of the data. Who exactly is getting this Anchor fund? Where are their farms? What are they producing? I mean, we look at rice and all the investment that was made in rice, in the rice value chain. Yes, Yanifi has said that some of the investment will be lost. But did we need to lose that percentage of funding within the Anchor borrowers' intervention for rice, for instance? And I think that the challenge was with the data, with the integrity of data. So that's where it's exciting to see what Thrive Agric is doing, and some other players within the ecosystem. We need to have the right kind of data. We need to identify the farms. We need to understand that, we need to know exactly where the farm is. What's the size of the farm? What's the capacity? What's the topography? What's the soil like? We need to understand all of that and know that the loan that we're giving to this person is viable and is going to produce X, Y, Z, because we need to have an ROI. The Anchor Borrower Fund is not a grant. It's a fund. And so it needed to be used and it needed to come back so that others could take advantage of it. But I know that CBN is having a challenge right now and trying to recoup some of that funding. The major thing, that data integrity, to ensure that the farmers are actually the ones getting the funding and not middlemen and not people who wanted to invest it in other businesses. We needed to ensure that those who the funds were destined for were getting it. It's not only meant for the rice value chain. It was supposed to be available for cassava, for palm oil, for all the agricultural resources that we're talking, value chains that we're talking about. So can we get the data right? Can we identify the people who actually need it? Can we identify the people who also have the capacity to use it properly and we're able to recoup the funds? I think that's a major thing that I see for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yamisim?
That topic is...
Jump?
It's an MBA.
MBA, okay. So what needs to happen for that policy to really achieve the intended objective?
One, the time. She's mentioned quite a number, so I won't want to go back to what she's mentioned. The time. Most of the time, the anchor money comes in November when the rain is gone. So it starts to fail from the time. It takes so long a time for the money to be processed. It starts from the commercial bank. The commercial bank spends another 3 months or 4 months to give you an offer letter. Then it goes to CBN. That could take another 3-4 months. The rains have gone. And then it ends up coming out when the rains are gone. Don't forget the money will still be released. No, they won't hold it. They will release it. Once you release, it has to be disbursed. There's a policy of 24 hours, the money must leave. So the money dumps into your account. It goes into the farmer's account. There are 2 different types of anchor. In fact, the one that is failing is the one that have no owner. That is the one that goes to in the wind. That is the farmers. Now, the one that they get to recover is the ones they call the prime anchor. That one too, we'll come back to that. So the time when it comes late, the farmers in the process of keeping the money start to pinch it before the next rain. So it already is failure on arrival. That's for crops that takes like a year. You are lucky because your crop is 3 months. Yes. So 3 months crop is very easy to manage. 6 months crop is easy to manage. Cassava is 18 months crop. 12 months to cultivate, 6 months to harvest. So it's more difficult to crop. Now look at crops like even cocoa and cocoa. Those ones, nobody is even touching those ones at all. I'm sure the multinationals are finding a way to solve that. The banks are not even looking at that except 1 or 2 banks. So the time, if we are serious about this thing, the money must be ready by May. I think that program is a program that is either we are doing it or we are not doing it. Because the farmers can't have too many things. They don't have collateral, they don't have all of that. Yes, I agree, we have so many fake farmers. That is why the screening must be, I will recommend, you said we should recommend.
Yes.
It should be company specific driven. For example, let's use a company. I don't want to mention Sultry, so it doesn't look like.
No, use Sultry.
Let's say we are saying an Ambro Nigeria Limited is producing coke from cassava. Ambro Nigeria Limited should provide her or his farmers that he knows. Those farmers, because Ambro have said, these are my farmers. You can do a head count of the farmers. It takes just 1 day to do a head count, which means farmers line up. And then you check where is your account number, where do you do blah, blah, blah. All of that can be done in a week. And you are done. You are actually done. Just do your KYC or whatever you call it there and there in the farm or whichever venue, which means you have done your head count. If you are serious, in 2 weeks, bring out the loan. It's a family loan. It shouldn't take time because you want to do it. And then the money is given to the farmers through the company. But the company shouldn't carry the liability. Now, where this is failing is the private sector driven anchor borrower scheme. That is the anchor borrower, what do you call it? Prime anchor is the one the banks want to fund. The companies are running away from it. because the liability is on my cash flow. I have my own problems for processing. I have to look for my own working capital to process. Possibly, I don't have any more room in my collateral to admit them. I have to provide 150% cover for those farmers. The money is given, even though dropped in my account, but I'm supposed to give it to the farmers. So when I give it to the farmers, and 50 of them pay, and 50 does not pay, then they lock my account. My account is blocked. I won't be able to operate again. That's why everybody's running away from it. And that's supposed to be the one that's supposed to succeed. Now, the other one is for cooperative. The money is given to cooperative without collateral of anything. That's the one that is failing. So the one that is succeeding, if they can soft pedal a bit on the rules to say, okay, if you can give us a guarantee, corporate guarantee, that you know these farmers, they are your farmers. Provide evidence that these farmers have been working with you over the last 2 years. For example, in all our farmers have what we call database, and they have ledgers. So I can provide a ledger for my farmers to say, see how he farmed. We gave him stem, we gave him fertilizer, we gave him chemical. He has a ledger. You understand what I mean by that? The ledger, is enough collateral. It means he's been farming for 2 years or for 3 years. Once I can prove that, he should be given the money without me having to drop the liability on me. So that's why all the private companies are running away, especially for those of us that are doing 12-month crop, 15-month crop. It's easier with 3-month crop because you plant today, in 2 months, crop is ready, you are there with your truck to take away. Even if you guarantee it quickly, you are able to. But 1 year, 18 months is a long time for anything to happen, and then it's a long time for you to lock up my collateral, and I'm not able to do anything. So it's a fantastic, supposed to be something that's supposed to help us in agri space in Nigeria. But if it can be looked differently to say we can't drop, and they are not even asking for 100% collateral. It's 150, 120 of my own money for farmers that are farming for me. I mean, helping the community and growing the economy and being punished. So that's the real.
Okay, Ayo. Yeah, briefly speak to that.
Yeah, I think just as Yemisi has said, the part that was succeeded is definitely the private encore. And we are a beneficiary of that. And I would say it's been, from like a private sector perspective, I think they've got quite a lot of good wins there. There's definitely like some efficiencies that need to be worked on, speed of disbursement, time of disbursement, both between the bank and CBN, because as just I said, if funding comes during harvest, then what use do you expect? I think there also needs to be like some sort of blend of that financing, right? Sometimes so there's the funding that goes directly into inputs, but there are other fundings that are much longer term. So you're thinking about things like warehousing. That could be longer. Some farms that you need to clear. So if you're giving a farmer a clearing loan and that's a 1 year duration also, then you already know that, that's a mismatch of funds. So, just some blend of how that financing can work in that regard. I also think even from a prime market perspective, just as you said, you can provide collateral for 200,000 farmers. At some point, you want 500,000 farmers. Like it's impossible, right? And even for the banks, their risk guys are flagging it. Oh, this is just one entity. How do you want to give one entity all this money, right? So, but the moment they're able to begin to look into it to say, okay, I want to build a relationship with farmer, I want to build a personal relationship with farmer. So the day I come to Sterling Bank and I say I have 1 million farmers and I need just 250 billion naira. The risk guys are not saying, oh no, Travel can handle 50 billion. They're saying there are actually 1 million farmers whose credit have been assessed, who have track record of growing, and we're giving each of those individual farmers 100,000 or 200,000, and then there begins the room for scale.
Yes.
I'd just like to speak to something. You talked about the collateral and all that, the risk being on the investor. In one of the programs that we had, we got financing for the farmers from Lapo Microfinance, and the loans were directly to the farmers. So the farmers registered one by one for the loans, even though each farmer was attached to an aggregator within the program. And so because they didn't have cash, basically, they paid in grains to the aggregators. And so the aggregators, instead of paying them all of their cash, paid a percentage of that to the LAPO microfinance, but the aggregator was not the bearer of the risk. So if the farmer didn't pay back, LAPO did, the aggregator didn't have to pay back for the loan. So I think that there are some innovative models of financing that we can develop to really help us unlock the value within this space. Thank you.
Yeah, because I also know that Sterling has something like that also for the funding, and it's something that I think quite a number of outgrowers also should explore. Yeah, so we have less than 5 minutes. One of the innovative things that I've seen happen, 2 things. There's a man in Kaduna years back, I don't know if he's still alive, an elderly man, who gives loans to farmers, but their in-laws must be the guarantors.
Their in-laws.
Their in-laws. So they give the men, but the family of the wife must be the guarantor. And the man said they are having like 99% recovery. You know, because if we have to substitute and feed the country now, knowing that dollar is not available, and there's no collateral for the smallholder and small MSMEs, we should come up with innovative ways. I was farming while I was 7 in Jigawa, planting wheat in 2000. And it was the middleman who would buy from me that gave me funding when NYSC had not paid me. You know, so they gave me the input and deducted it from my harvest. These are things that is working, and you know, we need to begin to look at innovative ways that is culturally working to embrace. So we're wrapping this up now. Before I give the floor to you, there is no substitution without we controlling or influencing the seed value chain. Because a chunk, apart from cassava, a chunk of all the seeds, the good ones are imported. What we call something tomato, this region tomato, this region onion, this region pepper, it is 100% imported. So when we say food is expensive, it's expensive because all the seeds are imported. So we need, as part of a communique, to support the seed companies to be able to produce seeds locally so that we don't have to be dependent on imports. And right now, you don't have quite a lot of seeds in the country because they don't have access to dollar. So the seed value chain must, you know, be developed. And so with that, I want to ask you all to give a parting comment.
Thank you very much again. So we're talking about import substitution, unlocking growth in the era of value chain finance. And we've spoken a lot to that. And so all I'll say is, let's approach this from an ecosystem, value chain point of view. Look at it end to end and fund every sector, every point of connection within this value chain. You've talked about the seed, from seed to logistics to harvesting, every point of it. We must look at it in that way to succeed in unlocking the value within this ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that since we've had success in some areas in the value chain, in other value chain, it means we can have success in all the value chains. It's doable. If we want to do it, all we need to do is to look at it end to end and fund it end to end. And we'll create the $3 trillion economy that we are dreaming of.
Thank you.
I mean, I think what I want to say in addition to what you've said is just encouraging more people trying to get to this place. Do not be discouraged by the comments. There's a lot of opportunities. There's money to be made. I mean, when you look at dollar costs and everything, everybody's trying to focus on how can they drive local production. And I think over the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see a lot of financing locally and internationally coming to build systems to drive that. So, and they will partner with people who have been there, people who have success stories, people who have proven it. So if you're a young person thinking about coming to agriculture, this is the best time.
Sure. Yeah, so the opportunity exists. Nestle is still looking for more raw materials.
I'm marketing right now. This is my pitch. We can supply you maize and soybeans.
And Sultry also needs more farmers to youth in the agribusiness space. But many a times, many of us, our youths, don't know that these things are happening. We think, no, it's not possible, but it's happening right under our roof. And I still understand that there's still some 3 to 4 billion left. So please, enough of it's not working, it's not happening. There are many things we've not taken advantage of that we need to take advantage of. A huge thank you to Sterling for revisiting engineering a $1 trillion agricultural economy, trying to move dollar from oil to soil. Our economy has actually gone from oil to soil now. Thank you all for your time here. Thank you for listening online. To get the best out of this session, you have to watch it or listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you, day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My solar hybrid inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
In my house, I have a 4 kVA solar inverter, which powers 2 smart TVs, 20 LED bulbs, 1 double-door fridge, 5 standing fans, 4 laptops, and 1 printer. My experience has been fantastic. Just imagine going downstairs at 1 a.m. to go pull the generator. I can't even remember the last time I went downstairs to put on the generator. I normally would spend 60,000 naira monthly fueling my generator. When I think of how much I've been able to save buying my solar power solution, I've been able to save up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Now I have 24/7 power supply. Honestly, what more do I need?
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you, day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the Sway Agri program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we were able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agri program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank Sway Agri.
name is Prince Ugochukwu Iwajoko. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agfin has really helped Badet farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agfin. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agfin.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan, request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Start the current account on it. One bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
From Asia to America, Ajala loves to travel. From Europe to Australia, Ajala loves to travel. Africa straight to Antarctica, Ajala loves to travel.
Don't panic on a trip. Get the Leadway Travel Insurance now. Leadway Assurance, ensuring happiness since 1970.
We're still here at the 5th edition of Agriculture Summit Africa, and we're transmitting live from Lagos, Nigeria, and that's Nigeria's commercial capital. I hope you've been having a good time all through our robust engagements ever since we started earlier in the day. It's a 2-day event, and you do yourself a big favor if you have your writing materials, your pen and your paper to jot all you can and can all you jot, okay? And that was a lovely panel discussion there. I have one good news for you and one bad news. Okay, the bad news is that the like of the John D. Rockefeller already made the money from oil. That's the bad news. The good news is the money has since moved from oil to soil. Okay, so you have all the opportunities in the world. You have all the privileges to make your own money if you look away from oil and look to soil. That's talking about agriculture. And we're going to be, that was what I suppose Liz Truss was trying to achieve with the British, but didn't quite work well when she decided to bring down or eradicate the windfall tax. Well, it's called easing the cost of doing business. That will, in a long way, help farmers in Africa achieve better results. We need to drive down the cost of doing business. That goes from production to distribution to marketing, every facet of the Agric value chain. Policies and standards have to be result-oriented. Policies and standards, government policies need to be able to foster help for farmers across Africa. Okay, we have this message for you coming now from our sponsors and partners. Enjoy it.
Orúkọ mi ni Adébámíjí Ìdòwú. Ó tó bí 2 years ago tí mo ti mọ iléeṣẹ́ Sultry. Àwọn parents mi ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ bá wọn dòwò pọ̀. Ó jẹ́ àwọn òbí mi. So tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ fún àwọn náà. But nísìn, èmi náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n. Èmi náà ti di àgbẹ̀ wọn nínú àwọn ọ̀dọ́.
The Agripreneur Initiative is a tripartite program organized by Sultry, Agric, and Nestle. Over time, we have seen that the farmers are getting old. Quite a number of them die every year, and so the numbers are reducing. And in order to create sustainability of our raw material strategy, we decided to encourage young agripreneurs, we call them agripreneurs, to cultivate cassava for us. Sultry actually produces starch and supply to Nestle, which they use in the production of various products. The project looked at age 18 to 35 young school leavers who basically can just read and write. So the farmers were taken through simple accounting procedures for bookkeeping, to keep their accounts, training on agronomic practices, mechanization. They were given improved variety, fertilizer and herbicides, 2 hectares each per farmer, and then we tried to have about 40% of the total population to be ladies.
Àròkà yẹn bí ká rí owó díẹ̀ ní tí kò tó jẹun. But nísìn mo ti ń dá 2 acres. So 2 acres tí mo dá lọ èyí tí mo dá lọ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ìgbà tí mo tu pákí yẹn tí mo tà á fún iléeṣẹ́ Sultry. So déètì mo rí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run, mo rí nǹkan gidi tí mo fi ṣe.
I can tell you obviously that I've started my degree through what I've realized from the Nestle company, because I have a good outcome from my farm. Because they give us fertilizer and they give us chemical, so that this thing helps us to get a good outcome. And you cannot forget the Nestle and the Sultry, likewise the Agric company.
Rate of unemployment in Nigeria, of course, is increasing by the day. But if we are able to upscale this agripreneur project, then we'll have more young people going into cultivation of cassava or whichever crop is so true. And this will take a lot of people off the road. Then we'll have less banditry, we'll have less kidnapping, because they'll be gainfully employed and they'll make legitimate money. This, I think, is a project that can scale up even at the national level and even for Africa as a whole. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ Nestle fún àtìlẹ́yìn fún lórí àwa ọ̀dọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lórí wọn.
My name is Oladide Moses. I thank the Nestle company for changing my life for better.
Lost 82 million hectares of arable land. Only about 34 million hectares of this land is currently being cultivated. Surely, the potential in the agri space is vastly untapped. To change this reality, finance will play a major role. Farmers in Nigeria have demonstrated capacity and are willing to do more, but getting access to affordable agri-financing is an uphill task. Meet Anthony, a poultry farmer in Bayelsa State. Like many other farmers in Nigeria, Anthony has so much capacity but can do very little. 138 kilometers away in Imo State, Prince, another farmer, faces similar challenges.
Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me.
We wanted to plunge into the agribusiness. The downside to that is that entails a lot of funds, capital which we did not have.
Farming is a business. Unlike many other businesses, it needs capital. At Sterling Bank PLC, we believe that every Nigerian farmer deserves a chance. Over the years, we have developed a bouquet of specialized products and services for players within the agri-value chain. Now, farmers like Anthony, Prince, and many others have a fighting chance.
Since when we got the financing, we're able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain and is democratized across from those who are supplying us inputs, they have more business to do. Those who are supplying us day-old chicks, they have more business. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets.
Yeah, I benefited from the Sterling Bank Sway Agfin Fund, and today I happen to run a cassava farm, about over 40 hectares actually, and as you can see, this is fully funded by Sterling Bank Sway Agfin Fund.
The money I got from Sterling Bank has really impacted my business because I put more stocks in my business. If you can see, look right inside, there are more stocks.
With over 5 billion naira disbursed through the years, beneficiaries have seen results, improving their capacities, sometimes by more than 100%.
I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more.
Maybe we're able to supply 20-30% at best, even at peak period. Since we got the funds, we are able to do more than 80%.
Sterling Bank's affordable financing is a game changer. Having benefited from the funding, these beneficiaries want others to have a piece of the pie.
My advice to other agribusiness owners is that Sterling Bank is a very fantastic financial partner that they need to hold on to first. And secondly, once you have a marketable idea, Sterling Bank has a place for you.
I would advise them to partner with Sterling Bank because from our experience over the years, they are a bank that is after your growth, much more than just the funds that they can make. They have opportunities for trainings, and then they have conferences that brings you in contact with other stakeholders that are beneficial to your business.
You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agfin. So this is a great opportunity for you, wherever you are, whatever you are doing. If you are into livestock, you are doing any kind of poultry business, I will urge you to go for Sway Agfin.
Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agfin program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity.
Sterling Bank remains committed to ensuring that affordable financing is no longer a problem for as many farmers as are willing to do more. This is because agriculture is at the heart of what we do at Sterling Bank PLC. We believe that there are several ways to solve our challenges. Agriculture and food security is a great place to start.
Your dream can get better with
Sterling Bank Sway
Agfin.
If you're still part of this event, you're one of at least 10,000 others joining us from across the world. And a quick story, a quick short story of a fisherman who caught some fish and then sold them and was lounging, just having fun, spending the money, and then a passerby sees him and says, "What are you doing, gentleman?" He says, "Oh, I'm done. I'm a fisherman, as you can see. I'm done selling my fish, and I'm just enjoying the money." So, "Why are you doing this? Why didn't you just get more fish and then sell, get more fish, get busy?" Then he said, "What would I do with the fish?" He said, "Then you'll sell and make more money, and then you can expand your business and then get more fish." He said, "So what then do I do with the fish?" He said, "Then you sell them. make more money, and expand the business. Then he says, then what do I do? So that I can enjoy your life at the end of the day. That's what I'm doing now. You know, apparently, the passerby was trying to advise the fisherman to expand his business and maximize productivity. So that's what we are about to listen to now and enjoy in the next panel discussion, which is maximizing agricultural productivity through sustainable means. The lead discussant moderator, Ms. Adetola Adigbayi. We have the panelists, Mirameta Onayemeka Ekegu Ono, Jidiaro Shafe. Onayemeka will be joining us virtually. Jide Aro Shafe, I hope he's here. Okay, thank you very much. Then Olale Rotimi Okweyemi, Ruskat Badmus is also joining virtually. Helen Amore is also joining virtually. Let's sit back, relax, and enjoy the next panel discussion, maximizing agricultural productivity through sustainable means.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session online and in-room studio. I have with me today Mira Mita of Tomato Juice with a good advert already on the table. And to my left is Mr. Jide Aruf Shafe of Swago on the financing side. I have online Unemeka Ikwanu. I have Olawale Rotimi Okpeyemi and Riskat Badmos and Ellen Emore attending virtually as part of the discussions. For me, I'd like to stand, and I don't know whether that would affect the, how do I put it now, for the online participants. Will it affect online? No. Should I stand? Right. I was admiring the MC when he was standing because I actually find it more comfortable just to stand and talk. Again, it's really to talk about sustainable productivity. As an insurance underwriter, I'm more on Mr. Oshafe's side, on the finance side. We provide financial protection. And financial protection is really quite important when you're talking about sustainability. Because whilst there are some economic losses that people who are in business must take care of, there are things that they do not plan to happen, but do happen. And that is where insurance comes in. So if you take the risk, as a country, we're taken to be quite rich, richest in Africa. But when you begin to look at our GDP per capita, you then begin to see actually quite as rich as we think we are. We're a poor country. Poor in the sense that the natural opportunities that we have in Nigeria are not being properly taken care of. So you find other countries seem to have a higher GDP per capita than we do. As we move on, you then begin to also look at it from what really do we produce. It used to be the highest earner, oil and gas. But when you look at it in terms of real production in country, you then begin to see the contribution of Agric to the economy. So roughly for 2021 is 23%. But when you again look at what we produce in terms of crop, you find that they are the common things that either go into industrial production or that we also consume locally. If you look at it from a population point of view again, you begin to see the potential for more of an internal agriculture production, internal consumption, and then begin to think of what else do we need to do. When you then look at the land mass of Nigeria again in terms of arable land, and I was quite pleased when I saw the advert from Sterling talking about the arable land in Nigeria as well. You begin to see that we have not cultivated the potential that we have in terms of arable land. So you then have to look at it. What is really the price of our ambition? What do we really need to do to improve productivity? So again, when you look at the overall GDP figure for Agric in particular, you begin to see the red lines, things that begin to crop up. It is no gainsaying from the videos, from what we have, that there's a lot that has been done within the crop space. So crop essentially forms the bulk of what we produce in terms of Agric. According to the 2021 data, that's about 88%. When you now look at the other areas, livestock is really not quite where it should be. And I was speaking with a gentleman that works with a milk production company in Nigeria. And one of the challenges with that is that we're still very much itinerant in terms of those who keep livestock. Those who keep livestock and also the type of milk that the livestock that we keep can produce. Apparently the milk, because we have itinerant herders, our beef tends to be quite lean, particularly as forestry is climate positive action. So when you're talking about future sustainability, there's more investment that needs to go into this area. If you then go back into part of the supply chain for Agric, you go into manufacturing. You then find again another red line, that food, beverage, and tobacco is only about 5% of the manufactured output contribution to the GDP in Nigeria. What do we need to do? It means that we're still producing raw materials more like we do for oil and gas as well. So raw materials get exported, but we're not finishing our own goods. And one of the things that was quite interesting was I was listening to the president of Rwanda. It's a very famous video that was making the rounds, is that sometimes also we need to find a way to finish our own stuff, finish it for internal consumption. And the earlier panelists spoke about standardization. And also, whilst we're able to produce what we consume in terms of finished agri-produce, we can then also think of export, of even finished goods, not just the raw materials. And when you look at wood, pulp, paper, and products as well, you see another opportunity as well. And that opportunity means that we need more investment in these areas if we are to achieve that big dream. Now, because this is talking about sustainability, which is really the future of the industry itself, and the benefit, the bottom line profitability to the economy, what are the things that we've committed to? So as I begin to look at this, we have to, again, back to issues of environmental, social, and governance, particularly on the environmental and social impact side, as to what really can Agric contribute. And Agric actually has a lot to contribute within this space. In terms of the sustainable growth for agriculture, for example, we're meant to end hunger, malnutrition. There are deadlines being put to this. But one of the key things that I find interesting is in terms of improvements in agricultural practices and also something to do with genetic modification. Somebody was talking earlier that the tomato produced in Nigeria is actually, very good quality, low sugar value, than the one that is being imported, which is mixed with cornstarch. You begin to also say that why don't we then produce more of what is good in country, and then also find a way to differentiate ourselves in terms of quality of what we have for export. As we begin to think about that, we then again, GDP tells you where you are in terms of the country's balance sheet, but what also tells you in terms of what is the impact of that GDP is the Human Development Index that sometimes we don't often talk about. And the Human Development Index for Nigeria says that we're actually at a very low level. So can Agric help to improve this Human Development Index? Happy to see what Nestle is doing, for example. So if we begin to look at how do we improve GDP per capita, how do we improve production capacity in terms of finished goods, in terms of industrialization, and new industrialization, because the old industries are now being considered dirty. So how do we produce sustainably, what we produce in country and still meet the climate action targets? These are the figures that tell us what we can do, how we can encourage investments in this, and how we can stem the expectation of inflation because of less production, because of climate action, because of flooding and destruction of fields, of crops. What are the things that we can do? To a certain extent, for non-human action in terms of flooding, you could say that insurance is available to cover that, to provide some element of financial protection. But what one of our large Agric industrial customer mentioned to us was that yes, insurance can pay, for my actual losses, but insurance is not going to produce, my livestock immediately. Yes, I collect the money, but it takes time for the livestock to be brought back so that I can then go to market and make money. So yes, insurance is there, but it's not an immediate solution to losses when they are being suffered. Now, again, as insurers, when we're thinking about sustainability, we like to bring to the table the issue of enterprise risk. A number of people go into business sometimes, but they see opportunity and they rush into it. But they do not necessarily plan what happens along the supply chain. And so therefore, for a long time also within our country, we've had farmers, produce that are not properly aggregated. And then somewhere along the line, in terms of storage, maybe they lose out. There are people who go into that now to say, okay, let's provide storage capacity, whether it's cold storage, whether it's warehousing, let's help to reduce the waste that happens from the field before it gets to the market. We have people now who are also looking at processing, but we need more of that. Transportation is also one thing that, from an insurance financial protection perspective, we've seen that there's a bit of a challenge. People want us to provide financial protection for livestock in terms of goods in transit when it's coming from upper country to the urban centers. And also in terms of crop as well, particularly those that require cold storage in transit as well, is that the standard that is required before insurance can be provided is also not there. And insurers typically would not cover what is certain to happen, even though entrepreneurs sometimes think insurers cover everything. So therefore, they think that by just putting insurance in place, they can do anything. But insurers actually want the entrepreneur to be more guarded, to understand their own risk, to understand, the supply chain disruptions that could happen, and then to again then use insurance as a way to just cover the inevitable after they've done what they are supposed to do properly. So some of the risks that have been identified internationally, particularly for African countries, including Nigeria, is poor land tenure, low level of irrigation, climate change, which I've spoken to, land degradation, low technology. Within the space on the technology side, for example, through the government schemes, NISRA, anchor borrowers, we actually use this. But we've seen over time that, the banks with the decentralization of funding for Agric, we've seen, aggregators like Thrive Agric as well. We've seen, them begin to introduce insurance as a way by which entrepreneurs can de-risk their potential financial loss if the more biological risk or... Now, I'm not going to, since I'm going to be speaking with the panelists later, I will not talk too much about the risk map, but essentially it's just to say that as we begin to think sustainably as well, we need to educate on how to, do a simple risk map for even the not so well-educated entrepreneurs to take a simple risk map and ask themselves key questions that would help them to understand the risk that they take as entrepreneurs, so they can, make money. And the more profits, the more the better the bottom line for an entrepreneur, the more they're willing to invest in terms of expansion. The more, the people with bigger capital owners also begin to see the opportunity. And the more we move closer, to these very big dreams of 1 trillion. Now, I thought I'd also close with types of financial protection that we offer. Often when insurers talk about financial protection as part of sustainable business enterprise, for Agric, there are different ways by which we do it. Indemnity-based has been quite common, particularly through the Government Agric Insurance Corporation. Over time also, we've seen the introduction of area yield index, which I spoke to earlier, is more technologically driven in terms of assessment. And then we have the weather index, which is really dependent on our ability to collaborate with NIMET to get this going. Area yield index, since mainly we are talking about crop insurance, area yield index is the easiest way by which, if there's a low output, farmers can easily be compensated. Sometimes area yield is also embedded in products. They can be embedded in fertilizer, they can be embedded in seed, and provide insurance in an indirect way, so that at the end of the day, the bottom line is protected for the farmer. The funders are also protected in the sense that if anything happens, at least there's still some money that, that is available from the insurance company to provide elements of revenue assurance. So insurance and financial protection is really a key element of sustainability because it helps to smoothen the potential for losses. So at this point, I'm going to go into the panel discussion, and thank you very much for this short introduction. Perhaps because I started offline, I'm going to start the discussion online, if you don't mind. Right. So I'm going to be asking Emeka Ikegwonu. Emeka, is he online? Emeka? Are we on? Still.
Hello?
I think the online participants can hear you, Vika. I think they're having challenges in this studio.
Okay. All right, then they can continue with the studio until we can.
Okay, it's very... Is Emeka on now? I can hear some voice.
Let me know if you can hear me.
Yeah, Emeka, a little bit, but it's too low. If it's okay for them online, then no problem, but for the room?
I think only the people online can hear me very well.
I think their system on the website, on the site.
I think we should just continue in room, right? Okay, continue in room. Right, so Mira, very exciting to learn about tomato juice. You got some advert earlier as well. Can you tell us your experience within the Agric industry? The challenges you face, the opportunities that you see, and then we'll take it from there.
Sure. Good afternoon. Is this on?
Yes,
Great.
it is.
So good afternoon, and thank you so much for the introduction. Running a business in Nigeria is difficult. I think everybody knows that, no matter what industry you're in. Let me first just talk very briefly about what Tomato Joss does. We are a fully integrated farming, processing, and packaged foods company located in Kaduna, not in Jos, which is confusing because the name says Jos, but it's more of a marketing thing. Tomato Joss is fully integrated in large part because we have to be. Because we have to control the more elements of the value chain that we can control. credibly, the more likely we are to be successful. And so we do source 100% of our tomatoes from smallholder farmers, but to your point about aggregation, they are aggregated almost entirely within the allocated land that we have leased on a long-term lease. And the reason for that is
One is that capital cannot sit where there is unstructuredness. In Nigeria today, there is all manner of unstructured within the agricultural value chain. You cannot speak to even the recent happenings now, talking about climate change, is beginning to bring more unstructuredness into that space. So we need to be able to remain focused and get the right structure to use less to maximize the necessary outputs. And number one of the things that we need to do is to agree on the definition of innovations that we're bringing into the space. For us in SWACO, maybe for people that do not understand what SWACO does, is an ag investment company. Basically what we do is that we look at the agricultural value chain, we look at the opportunities that exist within that space, and we try to dimension it properly, look at the right capital that is required beyond finance, like you said, and bring in those capitals, invest those capital within the space, and manage that investment. Good enough, finance is always top on that. For us, we feel strongly that the type of finance that is required within that space first is the one that will actually guarantee structure within the space of agriculture. Structure, when we talk about having the right set of farmers, she mentioned something about having, 200 different behavioral changes to deal with. And when we're talking about engineering a $1 trillion economy, one of the things that you need to know clearly is that that word engineering, social engineering of farmer behavior is very, very key. So if you must have the right capital in terms of human capital, the people that operate within that space, there must be a huge investment in social engineering of farmer behavior. So for us as SWACO, we've dimensioned that space, and we find out that, look, one of the major areas to invest in is bringing capital to change the behavior of farmers, to be able to understand what finance is and how finance work within that space, and what production is. How do we encourage them to do the right gap operations and be able to guarantee productivity? We're still talking just within the farm gate. You know, if we're talking within the farm gate to expand production, if you look at the necessary structures that will even guarantee productivity, not even to talk about when you get to the farm gate, between the farm gate, what we call the route to market, between the farm gate and the industry gate, there are a whole lot of things to change there too. There are a whole lot of things to throw capital at, finance capital, between the farm gate and the industry gate. We need to ensure that we have the right logistics structure. We need to make sure that we have the right storage facilities to hold grains. I was watching the documentary that was earlier shown, and 76% of Nigerian tomatoes produced is actually lost in transit between farm gates. So we need to look for how to ensure that we get the right capital, logistics capital, infrastructural capital to take care of that. If we can get 76% of our production to the consumers without even doing anything on the production side, you will see that we will have actually maximized productivity or productivity in the country. So those are the things that an institution like SWACO is looking at. How do we get the right actors to come to the table to support us on the production side and processing side? And
I guess I'll be a little bit provocative. Really, what I wanted to find out from you is, there's a lot of funding capital that is more like a loan capital, even if it's embedded. I really want to get a sense of, how do you attract equity? How do you attract, big capital to come in, that would then be able, is structured, as you've said, and, is focused on also delivering values to the market, whether that is, along the supply chain, and also even in terms of, infrastructural development within farming communities or farming areas. How do you bring in that kind of equity capital to come in rather than just funding or grants?
Okay, thank you very much. Two things that you need to have. Number one, you must have a way to build the right structure, that's innovative structure, to convince the equity players that putting investment capital in that space is the right thing to do. So you must have the right risk-sharing structure to be able to spread the risk and understand clearly that, look, if risk crystallizes, this is how their capital is protected. So that structure, that innovative structure, we must have it set. Things like what the central bank is doing to come up with institutions like NISL and co to help to guarantee that, look, whatsoever happens, the cash flow is protected. So if we have a good structure that speaks to that, then definitely you will have the equity capital sit well within the Agric space. Then number three is that the right technology. The investors want to be guaranteed that, look, if you have the right technology that can guarantee maximum productivity, that protects their own expectation and value, then they want to put funds into that. So for me, it's going beyond the normal and engineering the right structure to get the right people around the table, the financiers, in terms of, you have just used the word equity. I don't believe that equity alone can do it. I think it's a mix of equity, debt, and name it any other capital on the finance side that we do it. It's the right mix that can actually deliver that. For me, the insurance space must be very solid. You have mentioned the area yield index. We need to have more of those type of index insurance that can guarantee, that can give protection to the right investors to come to the table. Thank you.
Please do.
Okay, I want to be controversial too. So, you know, I think that there's an absolute need for equity as well as debt. And, you know, I'm struggling all the time with like the macro elements of how this stuff works, because when you talk about, so I'm glad you mentioned CBN, because CBN loans are the only loans that I can afford, because I don't make enough of a margin on this product, and my cash conversion cycle on this product is 18 months right now. It takes me 18 months from when I plant my first tomatoes, smallholder farmers, to when I exhaust the stock of tomato mix that has been made from those tomatoes. And so if I'm paying, and my margin this year is low double digits, you know, and that's before promos and before marketing and all those other things, right? So if I'm working with a bank that's offering me 22% interest per year, and it takes me 18 months to exhaust my stock, I've automatically lost money, right? There has to be equity in there. But when the equity returns are lower than the debt returns, and debt is supposed to be a more secure investment, then it's reversed. It's right, like when you have the inflation curve, that's the wrong way, right? So equity investors are supposed to be willing to tolerate more risk. They are supposed to be willing to go up and down with the company. That's why they're supposed to be able to enjoy profits. But profits in farming oftentimes might take, if it's a sustainable, to your point, and to the language of this panel, if it's a sustainable business, it could take up to 10 years to turn a profit. And the question is there capital out there that's really patient enough to do that, to go through the ups and downs, to put more money in when you're in the downs, right? To be able to then weather that storm and come out on top. So, you know, I'm not satisfied with your answer.
Thank you, Mira. Again, I mean, to Mira's point, you know, as Mr. Arushafel was talking, I was saying to myself that equity is really meant to take risk, you know. And there's a quote I love, you know, it says, "God rules measurement. Without the venturesome, the world would turn a lot more slowly." So if owners of capital are looking for guarantee, then that is not the kind of capital that can actually grow a $1 trillion economy. Owners of capital must be willing to look at the gestation period for different businesses. Some are much longer than others. And hopefully that sticky capital, if they can see the future possibilities, then perhaps, you know, we'll get better. It is about seeing the future rather than the present that really creates revolutions. So online, are we okay online now? We are, right. So Emeka, back to you. I would like to hear your perspective in terms of risk and also in terms of your own experiences as to how we can create a sustainable business that would help to encourage a much robust agri-business industry.
I hope the connection is better right now.
It is. Please proceed.
It's a pleasure being here. Thank you very much, and my apologies. Nemeki Kegwan, and founder and CEO at Food Hubs, a Nigerian company that designs and builds out solar-powered. Most of the panelists on the questions and the answers. For me, I think there has to be an incredible investment into infrastructure if we want to actually activate a $1 trillion economy for agriculture in Nigeria, because of the inherent challenges, the supply if there is any, is completely broken. There is difficulty in evacuating food from both for domestic consumer, the aggregator, the processor. It's very important for us to start
I'm not sure whether this is better online, but in studio, it's not very good. Is it better online? No, it's not. Emeka, we're struggling to hear you properly. There's a lot of glitches, and you're frozen right now. Perhaps I can try someone else, Olawale Rotimi Opeyemi. Can you indicate you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, perfect. So it must be Emeka's connection then. Right. Okay, they're excited in studio. Okay. Just again, from your viewpoint, from your business side, what do you think we need to do in terms of growing the agri industry space? And also, what have been your challenges? And in addition to that, what do you think about provision of capital, and what kind of capital do you attract or do need to attract for your business?
Yeah, thank you to Sterling for inviting me on this forum. I'm Olawale Rotimi Opeyemi, and I work for JR Farms. JR Farms, we're an agribusiness company. Currently, we operate in 3 countries, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Zambia. In Nigeria, we have cassava, 2 commercial scale cassava factories, one for Gary and the other one for cassava flour. And in Rwanda, we work in the coffee value chain where we process, package, and export coffee to different countries. In Africa, Europe, and other parts of the world. At the moment, we have chains of coffee shop operating in corporate institutions in Lagos and Abuja. In Zambia, we have just set up a livestock feed processing factory focused on the regional market. When I mean the regional market, I'm talking about the COMESA regional market, the DR Congo, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and other countries around the region. To come back to your question, so about challenges we face in the sector. Yeah, of course, some of them are generic and some of them are quite specific to what we are doing. Of recent, I think insecurity is one of the major challenges, particularly operating in the factory side in Nigeria, in the southwest. So there's been, of course, it's been there for quite some time, but it's increasing. Yeah, there's been very high level insecurity, which means factories can no longer operate as we used to operate. For example, till evening. Now you have to cut down hours of operations to attend to that. More also to that is high cost of diesel, for example. We all know that in Nigeria, generator is like the main source of electricity. Why the government, or NEPA as we call it, is like a backup, Meanwhile, it's meant to be the other way around, So the cost of doing business has really gone up. With generators, with diesel, diesel sell above 700 now. And it's really like telling on factories that have to run on generators. And of course you have to run on generators anyway, because electricity is not stable, So lastly, I think we also have huge human capital challenge, which I believe a lot of businesses also face, whether in agribusiness or not, in Nigeria. The staff turnover is really high. You have people pouring out of job like every now and then. You have staff who are using like 2-3 months. This comes at a cost on the business, because you have to train and retrain. Someone is just getting stable on the job, and then the next thing is out. And in most cases, they don't have respect for the employment contract. We all know that it's difficult to enforce some of these things in Nigeria. Even when you want to do, the justice system, somehow, so you have someone who has come, even though you've signed a contract with them that they have to give you a month notice before resignation. They get the last month, they get the salary for this month, and when they receive the salary, they tell you they're no longer coming, So then you start to run around like, what do I do? How do I go about this? And, yeah, so I think it's a major challenge. And earlier this morning, I was speaking in a webinar session. I was telling that I think we need to start talking about employability, or not about unemployment alone, because the jobs are there, but are people really willing to work? Do they have the right tools and right mindset for work? For example, now, like every now and then we keep recruiting. For our coffee shops in Lagos, for example, we have even gotten to a point where we recruit people in a pool. People you don't need, you just keep them in the pool. You train them, you keep them in a pool, because you are waiting for the next person that will go. So you don't want to stop the operation of your business because of the next person that is going. In the recent past, as the founder of the business, the CEO, I've had to work in coffee shops because we don't have people who work. They just tell you one morning. This morning, for example, we have had a case of one of the staff who was saying she's resuming late for a shift because she's taking her sister to the hospital. So I'm asking myself, okay, just now you're saying that, and so this human resource problem is a big one I think we face, and I believe many other businesses face it. On the issue of capital, so my belief is that you can only fund agribusiness with patient capital. So we're talking about long-term loans that are low interest and also flexible, and then also equity. You see what I'm saying? Unlike what we see in this part of the world where people do crowdfunding, etc., agribusiness cannot be done that way. You need either long-term financing like equity, or you get a loan, long-term loans. And I'm not talking about the loans of 20%, 30%. In some part of the world, we even have, in some countries in Europe, government give negative loans. For example, you get 1 million euro, you pay back 900,000 euros. Because agriculture is a right to live. People must eat to survive, and it's a very volatile business. There are a lot of macroeconomic factors that are beyond you as an agribusiness operator. You see what I'm saying? And because what you're dealing with in most cases are perishable, so there needs to be some kind of subvention or support. I was saying earlier today in the session I was speaking on, instead of government, for example, giving subsidy on fuel, why not give subsidies to agribusiness companies? You see what I'm saying? Why are you not giving? Because it happens in developed world. We see government giving subsidies on important crops like tomatoes, like grains, etc. Important crops. Why not give subsidy on such? You see, so that the prices can be stable, and more also the producers of these commodities can stay in business. You see, then food inflation is maintained at low level. So I think for capital, we need patient capital, you see. So designers of financial systems and government partners need to look at designing long-term capital. How do you give an agribusiness a loan and you expect them to pay back in 1 year or in 2 years? It's not possible. You see what? So I think there's a need to develop more specific long-term capital for agribusinesses. Yeah, that would be my view on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Let me also be a little bit controversial again on this point. You've indeed spoken to issues of security, issues of cost of fuel, infrastructure, personnel attrition, and also welfare issues. And as we talk about equity or debt, what about farming villages? Do you think that is a concept that might also keep personnel? Because farming villages probably will work on some element of ownership. And I think from what Tomato just mentioned, they seem to have an element of that cooperation or cooperative activity, if I must use that word to summarize it from what you described. So would farming villages, investment in farming villages, do you think that would help mitigate some of the risks challenges that you have identified?
How do you mean farming villages?
Essentially just an area taken that is owned by different people. Let's say the smallholder farmers, as we call them, but it's an aggregated settlement where they farm, they live. So a number of the things that they require are also provided within that community as well. So clinics, schools, what have you.
I think now I get. It's more like the farm settlement sort of. Yeah. So I think that's a good idea, but also it doesn't solve all the challenges. For example, insecurity. Already what we have in Southwest. I'm really familiar with the Southwest. So Southwest are more like informal farm settlements. Like farm villages. You have them stay together in a particular place. Their life is there. They have schools, government-built schools and government-built hospitals. And then they plant almost the same crops in those communities, But this doesn't solve the problem of insecurity, For example, it may solve some problems such as, access to raw material. You can easily access raw material when you have them like that in cluster, etc. But from my experience, for example, in the ongoing insecurity trend, in Southwest, it seems to be quite deep. In terms of kidnapping of farm owners, factory owners. For example, where our factories are located in Oyo State, Gambari, Ogumosho, we have 8 factories around us. We are the only one operating now. All of them have shut down and left. They have workers, they have had to lay them off and close down the factory and leave. But last weekend, I heard of a colleague who was kidnapped in Ekiti State. You see what I'm saying? So, this, you don't even find them in the news. You don't get to see them because the news are so overwhelmed that maybe kidnapping becomes less relevant, less attractive to sell newspapers nowadays. You see what I'm saying? So I think it may solve some problem, but of course not insecurity.
Thank you for that. I guess to progress it further, I'll move on to Rusikat Badmos. Can you just talk through your business with us and also what you think in terms of the challenges and what are your own solutions to the challenges that you face and what would you like the wider finance audience to provide for you?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. So my name is Ruskia Badmos. I work for GIZ for its project, global project called Promotion of Agribusiness, promotion of agricultural finance for agri-based enterprises in rural areas. It's a global project being implemented in 9 countries in Africa, and we're currently funded by BMZ, the German Federal Ministry of Cooperation and Development. So in Nigeria, we work in 4 value chains: that's rice, maize, cassava, and Irish potato across 11 states in the country. Our project basically works on two sides of the ecosystem. We work on the supply side and on the demand side. On the supply side, we work with financial institutions to see how financial institutions can tailor their financial offering to better suit agri-businesses, while on the demand side, we work with farmers to see how they are better equipped to understand financing needs such that when they borrow funds, they are able to pay back, thereby entering the overarching goals of the German Ministry of One World, One Hunger. What have we been doing in Nigeria? We've been working with our partner financial institutions to ensure the farmers have access to fund. How do we go about this? We have what we call, we start our approach with research and doing a business model analysis. From the sessions in the morning and these sessions, there's been a lot of conversations around how do farmers, how do we improve productivity and improve yield? Our business model analysis tool allows us to see how smallholder farmers can increase their production, maybe with a little bit of access to finance. For instance, our research in the potato value chain showed that farmers will go into seed multiplication, are able to improve their yield and outcome by over 1,000%. If they have improved seedlings and multiply seedlings with additional financing, they're able to have improved yield and improved outcome and improved productivity by over 1,000%. So we've seen cases where access to finance with a little bit of tweaking, with a little bit of improved seedlings, fertilizers, inputs, given to smallholder farmers, they're able to improve their yield, therefore increasing their own income as well as productivity, increasing access to food around the country. So that's what we've been doing. And in terms of the question, taking it back home and what has been said all day, I also wanted to say that I think that agricultural sector, I think, is a little bit subsidized indirectly in Nigeria. And when we look at them, for instance, if we look at the Anchor Borrowers Funds, sort of fundings coming into agricultural sector in Nigeria, those are some sort of subsidy. It may not be direct. I also think that sometimes you see where the Federal Ministry of Agric is releasing fertilizers, is releasing grains. All these are subsidies. They may be indirect, but I think that when we look at sustainability, sometimes the agricultural sector is in fact indeed being subsidized one way or the other. It may not be at the scale of full subsidy, but I think that some subsidy is going into the agricultural sector. Some of the challenges that we faced in our project is timeliness on the bank side. For instance, there was a scheme that we tried to do, an end-to-end financing scheme that we tried to do with Sterling Bank in the potato value chain. Everybody understands that potato is a highly perishable crop. Farmers had access. We tried to facilitate access to finance for farmers. Sterling Bank, unfortunately, funding did not get to farmers at the time that it was needed, but within the ecosystem that we created, our partner was able to release the seedlings to the farmers who were able to start multiplying the seedlings before funding actually came. Well, we still had some challenges within that ecosystem. Insurance from Leadway was able to come into place to help to respite some of that situation. On the supply side, we realized that sometimes financial institutions do not also understand the financing needs, and that's why our business model analysis is quite key to us. We try to look at, within the value chains we operate, improve scenarios of farmers. So for instance, in the rice value chain, if I'm producing 1 hectare of farm on a non-irrigated land, if I had a little bit of irrigation to it, what would my yield be? Will I be able to borrow at commercial rate and pay it back? So once we have those analyses and simulations done, we share with our partner financial institutions and show them that, yes, this is indeed a profitable and valuable value chain for you to finance. You need to finance. This is why you need to finance it on the demand discounted rate or single digit interest rate. But from our models and simulations that we've done with improved yield, with access to right input, right time, timeliness, farmers will be able to pay commercial rates based on the value chains that we've worked, and that's rice, tomato, rice, Irish potato, cassava, and maize. So those are the things that we've seen, and that's what's been happening for our projecting so far. Thank you.
And thank you. Let me go stress you a little bit more on the behavioral change, because it seems to be common. And also, one of the things you mentioned is that there's human need, because I use my income to bear family responsibilities. If you then tell them not to touch the income, how do you structure how they pay themselves salaries, and what happens with it, or do they even have enough to pay themselves salaries and have money to put back into the business? What, as an international aid organization, what do you do in helping them with basic personal finance?
Thank you very much. So that's quite key, and that's what we've realized. So for instance, we have a 2-day training on farmer financial cycle. And inside that training, we have about 11 modules. One of the modules is on personal finance management, where we try to advocate that they need to separate between, they need to separate their business income and their savings. We train them and teach them on how do you separate your monies that you put into the business and your money for your personal homes. And also let them know that money for personal business, the income that you make from it, you can now have a certain percentage of it to go back into what you use for personal use, and you have some that you can take back into your business. So it's a behavioral change. Just like the learnings and the teachings that we give to them. We try to this training is being done in local languages. We take it to them at the grassroots. We try to explain to them in depth on the need, and we also try to let them see. Sometimes we've also seen that sometimes with this little bit of explanation, most times some people eat what ought to go eat. You should also know that you need to pay it back. Do your as your personal finance management as you have it now, is it able to, if you take it now, if you take from the business, are you able to pay it back? So they also know, and that's why a little bit of advocacy also going into loan also, We try to tell them, no matter how it is, if you borrow money, you need to pay it back. So those are the advocacies that we do from on our part. But yes, it's working.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. I work for an insurance company, so naturally I'll probably say the next thing, which is that sometimes also with emergencies, I think a number of MSMEs do not really know the importance of financial protection. A number of the emergencies that cause them to dip into their savings can actually be insured at very small premiums, particularly if they come together as a collective. So perhaps more of that also needs to be infused into the personal finance education.
Oh, yes. So we do have an insurance module also. Okay. We have an insurance module also, but yeah, we don't talk about personal finance. So we need to look at, we don't talk about, like debt insurance or all those insurance. Insurance we talk about mostly on agric insurance or on loan insurance, goods in transit and all that. So yeah.
Yeah,
so
but it's an effective
element.
Exactly. It's an effective element of personal finance. Because personal finance requires financial protection. And I know that the word insurance sounds esoteric, but at the heart of it is actually just financial protection. So if you can infuse that in for them, that would help. I go now to Ellen Emore. Are you on? Ellen? Ellen, online?
No, she's
dropped off.
Oh, Ellen has dropped off. Right. Okay. I'm going to, again, in terms of security issues, tomato juice operating in Kaduna, how do you respond to that? What are the things that you do that helps mitigate, or manage the risk, of security, the big security issues?
Yeah, I mean, security is increasingly a problem all over the entire country, but of course, Kaduna stands out oftentimes in the news. You know, the first thing I will say is that absolutely it has changed the way that people are farming. We did have, you know, a bit of an outgrower program, as well as what we call our model farm program, which is the, you know, aggregated farmer program that we're running right now. In addition to being less productive and having lower yields, the outgrower program was really, really unpopular because you know, number one, they didn't have the same kind of infrastructural support that we can provide. But number two, because of the security issues, like you're saying, we actually found that in our, you know, villages that we work in, you know, Kankimi and Maje villages in Igabi LGA, farmers aren't farming outside of our area, basically. You know, we pay for security. You know, we have armed you know, guards, NSCDC, Operation Yaqui police on site on the farm 24/7 because, you know, we don't want to be in a situation where anybody is harmed, you know, and there's another tomato processing factory that was attacked in Kebbi State. And, you know, it was one of those instances where 300 guys are driving up on motorcycles. You know, I think they had a team of maybe 16 police on site. And similar to what, you know, JR Farms is saying, those guys have shut down for now. They're saying we're not coming back out there until we get like military support. And, you know, this speaks to the bigger issue of, you know, public goods being used for private sector. But when, you know, public services aren't forthcoming to the whole citizenship, then it becomes a question of who can pay. And the person who can pay is the person who gets the security. And I don't think that's fair, right? So one of the things that we're trying to do, you know, that we have tried to do and that we think we've succeeded in doing is really involving the community in what we're doing and in the profitability of what we're doing, right? Through their ability to come onto the farm, make a very decent profit, you know, in a given season, whether it's the dry season when they're farming tomatoes or the rainy season when they're farming maize. And just to, you know, throw this out there, we think our farmers this year are going to average 10 tons per hectare on maize, which is incredible compared to the, you know, national average in Nigeria of like 1.5, right? Maybe 2. So, you know, the farmers are making a lot of money and they also want to protect that investment, right? The local Fulani who are, you know, sort of relegated to one side of the road on the village, those guys are our farmers. They're our security. They, you know, work as our cleaners. When we're doing tomato seedlings, you know, their wives are the ones that are going in there and dropping seeds inside each little seed tray. And so that helps because they know who's from the area, who's not from the area. Is there a stranger that's been casing the place out? We had an instance like that last summer when there was like an eye swap threat, right? And we learned about it. You know, we got intelligence, and you know, the sort of high-profile targets, which I guess is me, had to not go to work for a couple weeks because I had to let the situation cool down. And I feel, you know, personally in a very strange position where my being on the farm every day gives the rest of my team the courage to show up every day. But my being on the farm every day puts everybody else at risk because I'm a high target. So it's a really hard mix to balance out. You know, we're lucky. We thank God every day. And we try really hard to embed ourselves in the community and make the community also believe in the value of what we're doing. And, you know, we don't drive after dark. We, you know, have security on the roads with us. All those things. We're in touch constantly with state and, well, mostly state, but also federal, like, security agencies to just try and know what's going on. I don't know, you know, to a certain extent, I'm like, maybe we're just lucky. But I believe in what we're trying to do, and I believe that operations like Tomato Joss that are bringing jobs into rural parts of Nigeria that do not have economic opportunities are going to ultimately create more stability and more economic security, which will lead to more of the physical security.
Right. I turn to you again. I think the tendency for us generally sometimes is to believe that government must provide everything. So I want to ask from a finance point of view, whether or not you see opportunity within the chaos to also see how private security arrangement, which is now an essential part of the value chain, if I must say that, can be funded, and also to give better physical security to support, the real, wealth creation process, to get people more comfortable to be productive individuals, to be productive industries. Do you see opportunity in that? Because most of the time we're dependent on government, but there are also, history shows that in some other places also, you do have people who help to increase private security arrangements.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think I will just give you, maybe just flow from what the other contributors have said, and I will give you the experience of what we had in SWACO. So most of our investment operations currently, what we encourage is more or less an in-grower operation. SWACO has, across the southwestern region, we have close to 60,000 hectares of land. And what we do is to concentrate investments on those lands and bring farmers into those lands, not because of anything, but just because of security. Where you have aggregation of farmers, then you will be able to put security around that, rather than running an outgrower program that you don't, that the farmers will even tell you that, look, they can't go to the farm. So for us, we're encouraging more of in-grower operation now, and we're developing that 60,000 hectares across the southwest and put the right security there. Now, coming back to your question, yes, that's the way to go. Any risk in Agric is an opportunity. That's what we have seen. But whether we like it or not, security issue, it's striking the right balance is still an issue in the country. So it's a mix of both private sector and government. One of the speakers mentioned the hits that happened in Ekiti recently. This was just last week. I want to tell you that had actually opened up discussions around, do we really depend solely on government, or do we set up a private sector entity? And what that had created just within the last 1 week, because where that action happened, or where that issue happened, where that risk crystallized, was an agricultural crude corridor, where you have close to 10, 12 investors with heavy investment within that growth corridor, agricultural growth corridor. And what had happened is that we have actually come together as private sector investors to say, can we set up our own security structure outside of government that we have full, control over? We can tell the police, this is the way we want you to run. We can tell the Amotekun, we can tell the community, this is the way we want you to run, and this is the resources that we'll put behind it. And for me, when we even talk about the private sector, security structure, it's more of a community-based, and I like what Tomato just mentioned, that they're actually involving the communities. We are doing that, and that's the way to go. Engage, set up a structure, private sector driven, but community enabled, to be able to take ownership of the security structure itself. So I think beyond government, we should begin to look at it. And for us in SWACO, every of our investment operation, security is going to take a major role, and we are talking to communities to set that up, with a special fund, that look, wherever we have investment operations, then the security structure will be private sector-led, community-led, and driven solely in that way. Because the moment you have the community involved in your security, you are assured of intelligence, you are assured of them taking control, our ownership of that platform, and making sure that no risk crystallizes from that. So that's the way to go going forward anyway. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, right? Yes, I'm watching the clock also. So since we have 5 minutes, we have, I don't know whether to give Emeka a final chance, because it's just been a struggle for him to talk. He's off. Right, okay then. So with that, I would just give panelists 30 30 seconds to say final words on sustainable agribusiness, $1 trillion. What do you think we need to do? So I'll start online again with, since Emeka is off, Rotimi Okoyemi, parting shots to Africa.
Yeah, thank you. So my word is simple, which I've always maintained the stand. We need to do agribusiness as a business, which means we have to apply business principles in running agribusiness. We need to develop, overcome challenges across the region. You know, I do business around the region, and I know the challenges related to immigration around the region. You know, for example, we have the free African trade, which is good in principle, but practically is very tough. You know, exporting around the continent is extremely difficult and like. So I would really like to encourage policymakers to simplify all this for easy movement of commodities across the continent. Yeah, and I encourage my colleagues working in Nigeria, please expand to other African countries. I always say that it's a way to hedge the risk, hedge against the risk in the country. You know, move to other countries. Explore new environments. It's really always good, to have some level of diversification of risk because of, we all see what is happening today.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving on to Ruskat Badmos.
Thank you. Also, for me, I'm just going to say two things. So on the supply side, to the financial institutions, we're talking about sustainable agriculture. I think that the banks need to be more open to financing agriculture. They should not think that agricultural financing is difficult. It's not sustainable. There are lots of de-risking opportunities out there from guarantees and all that. They should please consider financing it. There should also be specific focus on smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers constitute 80% of farmers in Nigeria. We need to look at holistically the whole agricultural value chain, from production to processing to logistics, then to the market end. So yes, agricultural financing might be hectic, but I think it's the way to go. Both financial institutions and smallholder farmers, we all need everybody within the ecosystem to be a good player and see how we can increase food productivity, thereby having a sustainable agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Emore?
She's offline.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Right. Okay, now, back in the room. Mira?
I don't know if I have a good 30-second summary. I mean, I guess, yeah, please issue more loans, make the collateral requirements less crazy, make it faster, because we're trying to seek a loan right now for our tomato season, and we already are past due in payments, and we're still going through all this back and forth. So if you find partners that you think are doing the right thing, then fund them, right? And if you're looking for partners, go out and actually go into, the farms. Go and look at the investments that you think you want to make.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think for me, it's about the financing side of things, which she has mentioned. We need to look beyond the natural way of enhancing credits to be able to make things faster. The financial institutions will need to come out with innovative ideas to actually get themselves covered beyond the natural collateral requirements that they put on the table for we the actors to meet. So then we need to look at that strongly and come up with innovative ideas to help edge those issues. And I think I need to raise this when we're talking about engineering. A $1 trillion economy. That the word engineering, comes back to the financing, actors, the financial actors, actors within the finance space. They need to do more of innovative engineering to make the other actors within the ecosystem actually thrive. Thank you.
For me, thank you very much for this opportunity. What I actually think that we need also is an encouragement of a philosophy of the future. I think most of the time we talk to practicalities, but there's a need for enterprise philosophy that actually brings in more equity capital into the business. That, you know, one of my favorite entrepreneurial families, the Tata family, or Indian family. And when you read the history of the family, you would see how a person decides on a future philosophy to start a whole community producing steel, and communities or cities form around that original idea of just going to an area to develop it. So the more of entrepreneurial philosophy that looks at the future we see, rather than the short-term focus on quick returns, the better it will be for us, and the more we're able to achieve 1 trillion. Without that, I think we're scratching the surface. So perhaps from the sterling side, from the financing side, there's a need to maybe get owners of capital into the room and begin to understand their psyche, and also begin to look at those who are willing and able to really have the philosophy of the future. So thank you very much for this session. Thank you to my co-discussants. I appreciate your points. And we're done. Thank you.
Panel session there, maximizing agricultural productivity through sustainable means, and touch point employability, very important there, because you cannot just limit employment or blame unemployment for lack of productivity. We also need to look at employability. How employable are you as a young person? Because that is even more important than employment itself. Because when the opportunities show up, how ready, how prepared would you be for them? Then a single-digit interest rate will aid funding for farmers and agribusiness entrepreneurs. Very important, because when interest rate is more than 1%, or rather, 1% in any economy, the challenge is something that you don't want to. It's better imagined than experienced. Then behavioral change. You cannot continue to spend into your business if you want to increase productivity. Human Development Index, GDP per capita. These are factors we need to pay attention to. And that brings us to the end of the program today as we continue tomorrow. But one more thing, vote of thanks. Let's make welcome the global head, Agric and Solid Minerals Finance, Sterling Bank, Dr. Shola Obikoye, for a vote of thanks.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. Let me start by expressing our profound appreciation to every participant, both on site and online. You know, you've been so wonderful, and we want to thank you for your patience. I know that the conversation is of primary interest to virtually everyone, whether or not you are directly linked to the agricultural sector. We all know that food security is national security. And we want to say serious thank you and appreciation to our team of panelists. You have been so very wonderful. You have so very skillfully, as we expected. In fact, you exceeded expectation in dimensioning the things that we need to do, not just as a nation, but as a continent, in order to be able to unlock the great potentials that we have as Africans, and more especially as Nigerians. We know that the smallholder base holds that key to sustainability. And that takes us also to the second session. The second panel session spoke so passionately to the need for us to push certain factors, certain conversations, and to implement if we must not just maximize productivity, but we are able to sustain the same. For us in Sterling Bank, we know that this is what we are passionate about. Our bank is at the foremost of the institutions, the financial institutions in Nigeria, that is at the, driving that conversation, but not just driving it, but implementing agricultural finance. Sterling Bank is your go-to bank for agricultural finance. So on this note, I want to say that it's been a very good time that we have had today. Tomorrow, same time, same station, 10 a.m. tomorrow, on all of the platforms, on Zoom, on Facebook platform, our official pages on Facebook, and of course on YouTube. We will be here to further harness this conversation. But we have had you. As you know, not all of the conversations are, this is by no means exhaustive, but we have had you, and we know that the right authorities and the right stakeholders are also hearing us. On behalf of the Board of Directors, the Executive Management, Sterling, we want to say a very big thank you to all our panelists, and more especially to our distinguished viewers. God bless you. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
every angle, from every view. Forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you, day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
In my house, I have a 4 kVA solar inverter which powers 2 smart TVs, 20 LED bulbs, 1 double-door fridge, 5 standing fans, 4 laptops, and 1 printer. My experience has been fantastic. Just imagine going downstairs at 1 a.m. to go pull the generator. I can't even remember the last time I went downstairs to put on the generator. I normally would spend 60,000 naira monthly fueling my generator. When I think of how much I've been able to save buying my solar power solution, I've been able to save up to 75 to 80% of the cost. Now I have 24/7 power supply. Honestly, what more do I need?
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the SWAY AgriFin program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we've been able to double our capacity to produce more for the market. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank SWAY AgriFin program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank SWAY AgriFin.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan. Request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Stop the current account and leave one bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.